I hope you're dancing, Roman. I think you're the only one watching. All right, the genre. Well, there's how I would describe it, and then there's the. Let me back this off a little bit. Yeah, how would I describe this music, and then how do they describe this music? So I'm biased because I know how they describe it. They describe it as dance pop, but I can switch it up to lo-fi. Let's try lo-fi. Or we could play a game where I pick one and you try to guess how they describe it, which they have. I mean, it would be nice to give you the options first, because one of them is called Feeding the Ducks. It's like, how would you ever guess Feeding the Ducks for the background music? Let's do Feeding the Ducks. So this is what, I guess this is what you listen to when you feed the ducks. Anybody who knows how to call a duck? Let's see. Andre.
Hey.
Hello.
This is the first time I've tried the link, so is my sound okay and everything?
I think you sound good.
Oh, great. I've been having issues today with Discord and a lot of other things.
Yeah. Roman asks, what is love? So, Andre, tell me a little bit about yourself and why you're here.
So I've known Jacob for quite a while. Been a fan of his work. I've fluctuated around many Discords. I'm the co-admin of the John Viveki Discord.
Cool.
I've been on Bridges of Meaning for quite a while. Paul Vanderklay was probably one of the biggest factors in, say, my faith conversion, in becoming like a quote unquote Christian in the last year or so, and many people who I've met in that community. And yeah, just generally the sense making communities, whether it's around spirituality, religion, or like what's called like the woo woo type stuff, I'm involved with and have an interest in. as well as building communities and trying to get people together and working together.
That's awesome. Yeah, the Paul Vanderklay did a tweet this morning with a screenshot of his subscriber count at 24,000, and I had responded to his tweet. I said, "We need a count of people who say my life is better for the efforts of Paul Vanderklay." It seems like you would you know claim to be a member of that group that Paul has helped you in your life.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're working as a pastor or a priest or whatever, that definitely comes within the territory. So I would think that undertaking a job, career, profession like that, whatever you want to call it, I mean, calling it a job sort of seems like I'm making it more menial than it is, because of course it is all ministry and there is a deeper layer to it. But I think the amount of people that you helped or engage in helping becomes less quantifiable, and it just becomes part of the process. You don't think consciously about doing it. It's just what
Yeah.
you do.
It,
But I think you are right. Like the amount of people that he has touched and sort of helped through life without even noticing, um, even just in very short encounters, just a couple of minutes of talking, I think is
yeah.
um it's very very numerous.
Yeah. I think there's a indirect as well. So like if Paul makes me a better person or helps me become a better person, then it potentially helps me be of service to my wife and my children, and there's this branching off effect. This is why like a human has immeasurable potential, right? but
Yeah,
um, but yeah, Paul. The reason I pointed this out, I'd asked in Jacob's Discord server, we were talking about Twitter, talking about how Sam Harris left Twitter. And, the question in my mind was how many people, is Twitter a force for good? And Jacob mentioned Zuby. And I was like, well, has Zuby helped people? Because I mean, Zuby hasn't helped me. And I wondered, has Zuby helped people and how? But Paul Vanderklay is someone who I think he's helping people because I feel like he's helped me. It seems like he's helped you, and there's others like that as well.
yeah, and I definitely agree with what you say. But it becomes like an intermediary source. So an interaction with him can become a catalyst for change within yourself, and that change that you're given can become a catalyst for change in your community and with people around you. So whether it's say like with your wife and family and so on, or immediate friends, online sort of um, small communities, or just the wider world at large. Um, it's all the benefits and virtues passed on, I think.
Oh yeah, yeah. I guess my claim was that, and it's just obvious. A lot of these things, and people see it, is that we there are people receiving a lot of attention, and it seems like that. Uh, yeah, it can seem like the wrong people are receiving attention, but the thing is there's like an attention economy, and it's it the kind of sentiment I'm trying to express is it's similar to the sentiment I've heard years ago of too many people watch professional football or college football. It's that there's an attention economy, and really it's just a reflection of what people care about. And so if people are seeking out, the ideal, transforming toward the ideal version of themselves and trying to help the world transform toward the ideal, then you would see, then, the people and things or communities receiving the most attention would no longer be receiving the attention they are receiving. So it's kind of just, yeah, the thing that, and it's all obvious. So I'm just kind of thinking out loud and sharing is that the people receiving the most attention are just a reflection of the hearts of the humans who are giving their or paying attention.
Mm.
It's and
Well,
it's not
I
like
also
I don't know how much we can shape it, but it is what it is.
I also think though the idea of like the wrong people getting attention at some sort of time is not necessarily a bad thing because that can, although it may immediately seem like a bad thing, if it's someone you dislike or find distasteful or you question their ethics. However, the fact that they're being highlighted can be a benefit because people are seeing what they're doing, and it can be an effect of pointing at evil, um, even subconsciously for people, and they're seeing it now, and um, it only takes like one person to point out and say, "Hey, this isn't a good thing. We should not do this," and then that large audience, which is sort of has their attention economy consumed with these sort of wrong people in the spotlight, and now sort of hyper focused on the issue, the people, the community, so on, and can go, oh, perhaps we should not do this. Let's either eliminate these things or how can we make this thing better? So effectively, it is pointing at the good, but it takes motivation. It takes the orientation of someone wanting to catalyze that change.
Yeah, I'm wondering where I want to take this. It seems like that could in the description on the video I'd mentioned Kanye, uh, and it was because I noticed a tweet and supposedly Kanye was on Alex Jones and he said something like, and I could probably find the quote, but it was something along the lines of, Nazis did good things too, right? Um, this is my response to the person on Twitter was let's see, was people believe stories and respond to words like Pavlov's well-trained dog, and so that to me that's what comes to mind because we've been programmed through our training and all the stories we received and all the information we received and how we've been punished for saying certain things or thinking certain things even, and and so sometimes the person who this idea that there's you know maybe evil is receiving attention and then others can say something against evil, and this is like the idea of free speech being important, but there's like the ability for people to see the truth is shaped like by this subconscious programming that we have that's baked into our language and our stories and how we've been trained. So it can be hard to see the truth, like especially when you hear something that just kind of sets off all the alarms. So like supposedly, Alex Jones' face kind of did something when Kanye said that because Alex Jones knows there's something. It's like Pavlov's dog. He knows that, oh, those don't sound right. That does not match up with what is acceptable to say. But yeah, that's what came to mind. And there's a bit of a segue there into that conversation. And it seems relevant. You mentioned you are like a co-moderator for Awakening from the Meaning Crisis. So
Yeah,
correct me if I'm wrong.
co-admin now.
Co-admin. And I don't know what that means. What is a
It just means
co-admin?
it just means I'm the other administrator now. Because it used to be only Brett being the admin there, but I was moderator for quite a while, and then we sort of agreed that I'd step up and I sort of overhauled a lot of the Discord and
So
we sort of
it's a step
worked
above
together.
a moderator,
Yeah, yeah.
and and an admin could, for example, delete a server.
Only the Discord owner
Okay, so
can
owner,
can
admin, then
delete. Yeah,
moderator.
yeah. So I believe that um, um, Viveki actually owns the Discord or is set in that role.
That's
So
good.
yeah, I think he has executive control over it,
That's
which
cool.
makes sense.
Yeah, that's. I could talk about how like there's things that people don't find interesting that I find interesting, like, how should you run a Discord server, and what's the ideal way to onboard people into a Discord server. And then but the question here about like the responsibility of platforming and deplatforming people as an admin.
Mm.
um, that's an interesting topic, and it seems related to, you know for example, there's words you can say that all of a sudden might cause people to say, "Oh, that person needs to be excluded from our group or deplatformed or something like that."
Yeah, it's so I mean I've moderated several discords and administrated a couple, and I've always sort of viewed things in a certain light, the ways that I run things. Um, so I only sort of first applied for moderation after being on the server for quite a bit, and I would not have done it if I hadn't worked a lot in building the community first. And I suppose like being a technical sort of person and someone who's like highly fast switched, um, part of the idea of being moderator was a perfunctory, like a function based one. So like in a voice call, someone's hot micing or a troll
Yeah,
comes in, I can spot it and just go like bang,
yeah,
kick him out,
and that's
mute,
helpful.
sort it out. And it's good. It's for the day to day running of everything. Like
Right.
um, it helps things out. But I think the other core part of it is sort of the subjective moderation, um, which I'll come back to in a second. But the idea of sort of being like I don't know, like it's like babysitting in a way. So you're part of the conversation, taking part of it, everything. But if things get a bit too rocky or whatever situation happens, you can go, okay, hang on, that's a bit too much. Something needs to be done. Um, Now, whether that's kicking someone out, muting someone, or um, de-escalation of conflicts, um, which is my preferred method, um, doing things in a diplomatic fashion. Um, that's up to the person, it's up to the situation. But there also needs to be like an abiding rules list most of the time. And that's the way that we sort of really do things on the Awakening from the Meaning Crisis server is there's a sort of structure in place for um, A to B to C to D in terms of moderation if someone breaks the rules. Um, but there is also an equally leveled subjective um, decision by any moderator or admin in a situation. So, for example, you can have someone come in who doesn't technically break a rule, so they wouldn't be put in that sort of process of the structural process of um, moderation, like a say, like a warning, a temporary ban, and so on. But from experience and intuition and like just knowing how people are, you can tell that that person is either going to go into a belligerent or malicious way of acting um, as sort of their next forms of action, or that they're just showing a pattern of behavior which is just not conducive to the overall
So,
communitas.
so yeah, it sounds like there's a culture, right? And you care about the culture,
Mm.
because there's goals associated with the community. And if someone comes in as like abrasive and they are not in harmony with the culture, it's going to be disruptive to your goals as a community. So, like, for example, like if so this I'm going to bring back up like Kanye and anti-Semitism is like if someone hops into this awakening from the meaning crisis and start saying like anti-Semitic things or what people perceive to be anti-Semitic things, it's probably not going to be in harmony with the the culture and the goals of the Discord server, right?
Yeah, but also like, and maybe this is particularly like with me and a couple of other people uh, on the Discord is we don't just jump to saying like, okay, need to like get rid of them. We might perhaps ask them like, why are you saying this, or like, why do you believe this to be true? And if they're like a true troll, most of them haven't really thought past step two or step three in their script of trolling. So they'll come in and they'll go like, "Oh, black people are evil," and you say, "Well, why do you think that?" They go, and they stop because they've never had anyone challenge them on that, and they'll end up leaving. But if they actually hold that view and you ask them that, then it can also be conducive to have them try and explain their irrationality or incorrect reasoning that brought them to that belief. Um, so rather than just simply moderating and throwing them out,
Right.
exploring that sort of their ideals
Do you,
can lead to them sort of challenging themselves and perhaps even changing.
which is part of, it seems like that, because that's what I was thinking. I was thinking of the, if you were quick to remove the anti-Semite or whatever, you would, it could actually be a missed opportunity to help someone, which helping people seems to be at the core of what the community's trying to do.
Yeah.
Right. That makes sense. Then another thing that comes to mind is there's something like status games that happen. So I realize that there's things I could say, or there's things that you could say, or anyone who hopped into this could say that could end up potentially shaping how like my employers are perceived, right? And so there's this kind of thing happening as well, where it's almost not fair. And if your goal is to help that individual to kind of see see what they're saying in a new light, to have a new perspective, and maybe participate in better ways and transform toward an ideal, you that can be in conflict with the trying to maintain a culture or a perception of a community such that all of a sudden John Vervaeke isn't being treated a certain way at his by his employees or employers, I mean, right? So he
Yeah.
owns a Discord server, and if there are people who come in and start saying certain things, uh, it could be the whole thing could be attacked in such a way that undermines, you know, John Vervaeke's ability to take care of his needs, his home and his getting food and everything like that. And so through that power, then all of a sudden there's a way for your goals to the goals of the like of the community as a whole and maybe the species as a whole can be undermined by you know people who are willing uh, to attack, right? John Vervaeke, for example.
Yeah. I mean, we. So yeah, Viveki technically owns the Discord. Said as like the server, and he does the Q&A every month. And but as far as the community in the Discord goes, we're like fairly self-governing and self-regulating um, and sort of encompassed in another side. So if a person came in and complained about John Viveki, um, just in terms of like, oh, I don't like his work or blah blah blah, like something that's obviously not like legal libel or slander that is actually hazardous. Um, it, it's generally like quite an open environment for uh, constructive criticism and questioning and discovery of ideas. Um, and it's usually not a place where um, that would affect his like day-to-day living
Okay.
in any manner.
I'll put it another way. There would be a, yeah, I'm wondering what could be the harm caused to John Vervaeke if he had a conversation with Kanye West, a public live stream conversation with Kanye.
And yeah, I think at the moment, harm comes to everybody that Kanye talks to.
Why is that?
Well, I mean, I've been it's like I guess vicariously watching him for a little
Yeah.
while, and the comments he's made, and obviously in the last few months, it's sort of gone off the deep end a bit. But
So, like, what do you
it,
mean by the deep? What do you mean by that then? That it goes off the deep end?
well, so
And by the way, by what you also don't have to answer any of these because I'm just trying to I'm trying to ask hard questions that people should feel uncomfortable trying to answer, right? So obviously you don't have to answer any of these.
well, no, it's an answerable question. Like if you remember when he first came out and he was brandishing the MAGA hat, and it took people by surprise. Like, oh, Kanye West is a conservative, and he's like a Trump supporter. Like, oh,
So why would
um,
that be a
and
problem,
well, a problem to it was a problem to some people. I'm
right?
not saying particularly like I think it's objectively a problem, but a lot of
Right,
his like fan base sort of went like, oh, I want to distance myself. But that
right.
was sort of like the first thing that Um, and it was that, and also like when he grabbed the microphone on stage from was it Taylor Swift? Um, there was more of an eccentricity. Those sort of two things were the beginning of things. Um, and I followed his like backstory for like a huge
Oh,
amount, but
my son just walked in. I apologize.
I don't know.
I got to keep my priorities straight.
All good.
Good morning, Gavin and Andre. Hezi. Good morning, Hezi. The young Levite.
Um,
So
yeah,
yeah,
like
you were going through and you were saying that Kanye wore a MAGA hat and then he took
yeah.
the mic
So
from
yeah,
Swift.
so that's the beginning of like people sort of questioning like his character and sort of like, oh, he's a bit out there, but okay. And but then in the last few months, he has the I think his comments was on an interview with Lex Friedman when he made comments about Jewish people.
Right.
And I haven't actually watched the whole interview, but I've been in a lot of circles that have discussed it. Um, and it, I think part of it was that it sort of came out of left field. Like everyone sort of saw him as sort of like he's a genius, but he's pretty weird and can do weird things, but that's okay. To suddenly, oh, he's saying things which aren't like socially acceptable now, um, and are actually quite like maybe morally repugnant.
So
And
so that's the thing right there. So we've been trained, we've been told stories to think a certain way, like that if you say these things, it's strange, it's morally repugnant. Well, the thing that's interesting though to me is that out of all the strange things you can do and say, at some point you do and say something where all of a sudden you just straight up lose everything, right? And so
mm,
what to me what that points out is there is there's a level of power and influence in the world, and there's ideas that just are unacceptable by the people in power. So I'm trying to say things like Kanye's trying to say, but with better words. And so it basically means that, uh, yeah, the people empowered who control the entire world, right? For the most part, they can control your banks, your bank account, your ability to make money. They do not want you to say the things that Kanye is saying. That's pretty, that's like, that is a conspiracy.
I think that's partially true, but I also think that's perhaps part and parcel with that. Like, it doesn't run without idea that um, people at large um, are probably not accepting of the things he's saying as well. So the actions of people actually in power
So
aren't
what
just
happens if he runs for president and he gets elected? Like what does that mean? When like with what you just said, you're saying there's like a perception that what he's saying is wrong. What if he runs for president and he gets elected, even though he's saying these things that we're being trained to think is wrong and that most people think is wrong? But then what if he wins? What does that mean?
I mean, I, as someone who lives outside of the US and has watched election cycles for many years, like I sort of lost faith in an American electoral cycle. Um, but I don't want to diminish the
Yeah, I
like
understand. You don't want
the
to. You don't
glory
want
of the
to.
US. But like it's,
I
I
can
mean,
try to.
if he gets voted in, I think people will be questioning um, those ideas that is espoused. But I still don't think that we're just particularly only trained to think they're wrong. I think it can be somewhat objectively wrong, but they're also socially reinforced, and a lot of people don't examine that reinforcement.
There's an objective. When you say objective, it makes me. That's when my alarms go off because I tend to be. This is just the way I see the world and the way I encounter the world. So yeah, anytime someone thinks they know the facts, the objective facts about things, that's whenever it's like, oh, here's the axioms of a worldview that perhaps cannot be questioned, right?
Yeah, I say objective, like just broadly speaking, like say like murder is wrong as an objective thing, that
Right.
sort of thing. So we're also trained to think murder is wrong, so it's socially reinforced. But then if you were to examine it on its own, um, I would say that's sort of an objective fact in the sense that a lot of us will just examine and go, oh yeah, it is. Now, whereas there are some things which are a lot more entrained in us uh, by culture and society,
Yeah.
and a lot of people just don't question them.
So, well, the
And
thing,
this happened.
where does that come from, though? Right? Where does that training come from?
It's, I think it's hard to say because there are a lot of
Well,
things the last
Hit-
20, 30
Hitler
years.
actually Hitler had an answer in his Mein Kampf. I just read it recently because Kanye started talking, and I'm in Jacob's Ladder's Discord server, and so I shared a link to it and started reading it. But he pointed out the Jewish media is what he liked to point out in like the first sections of Mein Kampf. And so the thing is sense making. The people who have the most eyeballs and attention can can train us like Pavlov trained a dog. That's my claim. And so uh, and that can be through an education system and education. I mean, I don't, and it can be through the uh, media, mainstream media, right? So uh, like that's powerful. Being able to shape the minds of people and how people perceive the world is
Yeah.
powerful. And just as an aside, I remember when the Ukraine Russia thing started, I went to Russia TV so that I could see how they were saying it, and they started showing how Poland is not going to show Russia TV, and they started talking about all the countries where Russia TV was being banned. And so, this idea of the info war is real. Like, it's happening, and because it's powerful, and attention is the most valuable resource in the world. And so I guess I just want to point out, like, it's hard for us to imagine that our perception of the world has been shaped, and potentially shaped in a way that is not going to be leading us toward the ideal as individuals and as society. That's what I'm concerned about.
I think the last, let's say, 20 years, perhaps 30 years, like in the internet era, the idea of attention warfare and perception warfare is now what we're operating on. Like, utilizing ideas, and also, I guess this is sort of like the not postmodernist critique, but the attack on postmodernism that a lot of people have is the idea of redefining meaning, redefining semantics, and redefining how we talk about things is now a tactic used by many extremists and ideologues, mostly on the left, but also some on the right. So you see this with like idea of systematic racism. Before, it was just you were racist or you weren't, and then it came to a point where, well, you may not be an active racist and being a bigot towards people, but you can be systematically racist, and you're part of a system that's benefited from it. Therefore, like, you're still a racist, and a lot of the time based on the color of your own skin, which is sort of a racist way of framing the situation. But it's a postmodernist sort of deconstruction of the idea of racism itself. I think this has gone on with many concepts and areas in culture and society to be like a warfare tactic almost.
Yeah, and I mean, it's power. Like, language is powerful. So, hey, Teo, how are you?
You're right.
Doing well. So, what
Great.
brings you here today?
Um, I've been about in this little corner of the internet, swimming in the estuary and whatnot. But I've never really joined in one of this just chatting. But you're speaking about Kanye, and that's like my idol, so I thought I'd jump in.
Awesome. Well, I'm glad you're here. Have you caught any of the conversation that's happening in the last hour or 24 hours, or what are you thinking?
I think since the last year or so, I've only seen what Kanye does, like, through the zeitgeist. I've not really dove in because as a Kanye fan, I learned a long time ago that watching a Kanye interview, unless you're on acid or something, is very, very taxing, because it just all over the place, and it makes sense to me, but I can't explain why what he says makes sense to me, and I can sort of see things. I see what he's saying, but I just don't agree with what he's saying, if that makes sense.
Well, okay, I'll try to say it, what you're saying, and reflect it. His mind is doing things that the normal mind can have a hard time tracking and following. Some people's minds have experienced things that allow where it's familiar, and maybe it's not normal, but it's familiar. And then the last part, he's saying things like that you don't necessarily agree with. I would say the way I would say that is he's using words that I will not use, right?
That's exactly right.
He's using words and sentences that you will not use. And I think that the reason I won't say the things that he says is that I have an awareness of how it sounds, I have to different people whose minds are different, and there's also like a self-preservation thing. Like if I if I say what he says and he gets treated that way, it's like I know I'm going to lose my job, right? I know that my whole family and my the ability of my family um, to be comfortable is going to be sacrificed, and so there is a sacrifice that's happening. He's hit, and I guess the question: did he do it accidentally, or is he intentionally just like? Did he know this was going to come, or is he just like what? It
I
seems like
think I think that's a very good question because I go either both ways because I can see him doing it intentionally because that would track with his track record will say that it's intentional. I don't know, you mentioned, I think it was Andre that brought up the Taylor Swift incident,
Yeah.
and that was definitely intentional. And I think back to I think back to okay, so the story of Kanye is very, very interesting when you think back to the start, and especially with the woke thing. Kanye was he came out as a quote unquote conscious rapper making beats for gangster rappers, and that was so he came out as a conscious rapper is what the woke movement was in like rap music before it exploded everywhere. It's just talking about the black plight and now black people need to get together. And his first album, College Dropout, was a lot of out. I'm broke, but I've still got my black consciousness. I'm woke, and all of this. And at that time, the woke, the woke people, the I don't like the word woke. It's been so but the underground music lovers we like speak about our we like deep music, like we don't like the gun cars and those music. We want something really something deeper. They were the champion in Kanye, but it's this same group of people. There's a YouTuber, I think it's FD Signifier. He had like a like 5 hour Kanye documentary, and he was a Kanye fan. He's this sort of people that were like championing him. And when he said on national TV that George Bush does not care about black people, that was the peak of woke Kanye. That was when all of the uh conscious rappers and like everyone was like, "Yep, Kanye's the guy." He says things that no one else would dare say.
who did he say? Who did he say did not like black people?
George
George
Bush.
Bush.
George Bush. Okay.
It was during Hurricane
I-
Katrina, wasn't it?
yeah, and it's one of my favorite videos because the reaction of it wasn't Chris Rock, who was it?
No,
Another
Mike
comedian.
Myers.
Yeah, was priceless. So he's
Yeah.
always been the guy that will go against the grain. He was signed to Rockefeller. You had like Beanie Siegel, all of the killers, but he came out as a nerd, like a backpack wearing conscious rapper. So he already broke the mold coming out, and then uh, when his mom died, a lot of people like point to his mom dying as like this change in Kanye, but he just became more Kanye. He was always Kanye. He just became more Kanye when his mom died. Yeah, and that's what led to the Taylor Swift incident, and that incident, the reaction shocked them. That's what going back to your question of is it intentional? The reaction from the Taylor Swift incident was shocking to because it didn't it like prior to then it was just everyone loves him, and then it just got this huge backlash. And in his mind, the way I see it and the way I read what he says, he was trying to point out that it wasn't trying to be narcissistic to say, "Oh, let me take this moment." He's trying to say artistically, Beyonce deserved to win over Taylor Swift. So in his mind, it's a selfless act. But all of his selfless acts come out looking very, very attention seeking. Look at me, look at me, look at me. So if he is doing all of this on like if he is doing all of the quote unquote anti-Semite thing, I read that as him just another. I read the same way I read when he said slavery is a choice. You talk about you if you use the same words that Kanye used, you get in trouble. my first the first time I got in trouble with like the quote unquote black community was when I was like, Kanye's right. Like I would, because that was a big thing. Summer 2018 was a big summer because from the TMZ interview to the Charlemagne interview, Kanye was on the Twitter rant. It was on a roll, and I was tracking. I was like, "Yep, I agree. I agree with the MAGA act thing." I was like, "Okay, I see it." I think Kanye just does not like not being able to do what he wants, and if it feels like there's something stopping them from saying a certain thing, doing a certain thing, his whole thing is, "I will do it, and I'll get away with it." that's been it. That's his entire career. I'll do it. I'll get away with it. And I think this is just another iteration of it. Yes, I do think is divorce is having a huge effect on him, and he is wilding out. But I see Kanye being Kanye. I don't see Kanye being extra crazy or extra. Kanye's being Kanye. He's going like always going against the grain.
I'm gonna ask Andre to speak here, but I just want to point out, like, if I lost my wife and children, it would change me. But
Just a bit.
Yeah, what are you thinking, Andre?
Yeah, but what you're saying makes a lot of sense. Like, it sounds like he's sort of like a hip hop contrarian almost.
Always has been, yeah. I think so.
And yeah, so phrasing it from the idea like he's coming from the deep underground, and sort of like very conscious style of rap. That the things he's doing, I less so as you said, like the not using the term woke, but like this conscious rap is like divorcing yourself away from, say, like gangster rap, which is a lot more narcissistic and that's ego driven. It's like, look at me, look at the things I'm doing, I'm the best. Whereas, and I haven't like really listened to any of his music, but it seems like it's more so delivering a message and it's more cerebral.
Yeah.
It may perhaps like similar to like stuff that Wu-Tang Clan were doing, where it made you think. So when he's doing these sort of crazy seeming things, in his mind, he's acting as a vessel for like delivering a sort of deeper message. But
I think not just as a vessel. I think Gavin mentioned sacrifice. He genuinely sees himself as sacrificing himself for the, because that was his reasoning. Kanye will go do your madness and apologize, and in his apology, you get like the reason why he's doing things. When he went on the slavery is a choice rant, his reason was that and wearing the MAGA hat was just out within, especially like the black, the hip hop community. It's like wearing a MAGA hat. It's like a white person saying the N word. So he was like, I'm gonna do it just to prove that this taboo can be done, and I'll take the backlash for all of my friends that I know are conservatives but are too scared to do it.
I will point out, if a white person goes and hangs out in like a hip hop community and wears a MAGA hat and uses the N word, it would not work out very well.
That would be a very interesting social experiment.
I went to high school with a bunch of black people, many black friends in high school. Did track, and I got around to asking, can I say the N word? And I know that one of them is like, it depends on how you say it, and then another one's like, no, just don't even try again. Don't even try. So yeah, it's Kanye is able to do a few things that that like a white person wouldn't be able to do, for example, I think, or a white person of his status wouldn't be able to do. So I guess I think Kanye is pointing at something, like, and he's pointing at systems of. Well, Chad, this is where I can moderate a little bit, Chad.
Sorry, guys.
There we go. But he's pointing at things where that are wrong with society. That if there are things that you can say that will then result in you like having your money taken away, your livelihood taken away, uh, even your children taken away. There are things that you can do and say that are not hurting anybody, but will end like physically causing harm to anyone, and you will lose your livelihood, including your children. And just as what I'm thinking about with children, there's if I'm in Alabama, if I go grow a cannabis plant, that they can take my children away from me, right? They can remove me from my children, and whoever they are is like, um, I'm not going to, say it's like all Jews, but my point is there are systems of power which are corrupted, that are not fair and are not righteous, and it's related to the fact that we have people who are not righteous who are able to get into power, and we actually have systems that select for those who are not righteous. This is what I like to point out. I feel like Kanye's pointing at it as well. He's using words that we've been taught that we shouldn't say, and then I think it's interesting. Like I was 5 years old on a playground doing the middle finger because someone told me they said you'll get in trouble if you do the middle finger, and I was like, you're crazy. There's no way I'm gonna get in trouble for doing the middle finger. And that's when I learned that humans are like these strange things. I'm different than these other people. They have been programmed to, and their minds work in a way that is not good for them as an individual, and it's not good for the world. And that's what's going on whenever you make these mouth noises that end up causing the alarms to go off within the human, and they drop their mouth and open their eyes, and it's like, did they just do that? Did they just say that? And then you lose your job and your children. It's like society's not as, and our systems aren't as good as people want to pretend they are. Like, we actually have a messed up world we're in. The system that we're in can be much better. I think that's what I get excited about when I see Kanye doing this, is the opportunity to make things better.
I get
Chris and Ivan just had one of the best conversations I've heard in a long time this morning. They were talking about this, and they were like stretching the topic like in a context that was refreshing, because that's what I love about Chris. He's like, let's take this to the nth degree and let's see what we could do here. And it's refreshing because it's like, oftentimes we could talk about an abstract border and boundaries and where it's appropriate and what's not appropriate and stuff, but then it just gets to this point where everything just gets so convoluted, and like he talked about this being constricted in this, this this pressure on everybody to like conform in a way that in theory sounds like a good idea, but in practice, in actual lives outside of the abstract, it can be damaging to us. And so I just love that he had that conversation. I hope that I'm going to clip up a bunch of it and put it together.
Yeah, I heard him say things like, I love, and then fill in the blank, and your enemy of choice, fill in the blank. I love, and it's a Christian message, to like, you can put anyone, Hitler, Nazis, you can put anything you want in that blank. Kanye, Trump, Joe Biden, homosexuals,
Rapists.
I mean, yeah, rapists are the hardest for me. It's like, at one point, Chris Pacal was saying, "What is evil?" And it's like I can imagine the most evil thing for me, and it's like it's hard to love the most evil thing.
What about materialists, though? I know you wouldn't put that in there.
Materialist. Well, I mean, I have family. I definitely love materialists, but I don't put them as the most evil in my book. It's in my mind. But it's hard to love your enemy, and the people who do it, I don't look down on them, right? And I don't think Kanye is coming from a place of hate. I mean, do you guys think that he is being hateful?
No, not even close.
No,
not even close.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's being hateful. Like, again, I haven't watched the full interview, but it seems from what I can gather that part of what he says could be from ignorance, but part of it could be from like his genuine interactions with the position that he's in, like having millions of dollars, being in like in those higher up systems, involved in the music industry, like there's no doubt that they're like there is a lot of Jewish interaction he's probably had in his career in life. Now, whether that justifies the comments he's making on those people, that's a different thing. But that would separate him from someone who's just like maybe never met a Jew in their life, and then says like, oh well, you know, like the Jews run the banks, they run the media. They're just saying that based on something else, whereas I think he's genuinely had interactions which have possibly shaped his opinions on this.
What I thought was really interesting is I knew that Yi had said some stuff. I didn't know what he said, but I saw some headlines like on other people's channels that they were talking about, and the headlines were painted. All it said was Hitler or Kanye loves Hitler ? And so I thought, well, that's kind of all right, Yi. That's like going too far, right? So I didn't know the context, and so I was just observing how I was reacting to the headline, which is predictable, right? But then, so I didn't really know any nuance about it until I heard Chris talk about it this morning, and I thought, yeah, it's exactly right. I mean, what he's doing there, it's like, oh yeah, makes sense.
So here's something like, so, you know, the question earlier was, you know, is Kanye being hateful? And I apologize if I mispronounced your name, Ariel, Ariel. Attentions are nice, but actions are what matters. So that's true. The issue is that he's using language, and language is powerful, and it has been corrupted such that it can produce different things within people's minds. So then that's why there can be confusion, why there is confusion. And by the way, you know, there's a holy book that talks about how God did this to us, right? So you can't necessarily blame Kanye because he uses language that causes confusion. That's one point. But actions do matter. But I would separate actions from words, and I would actually point at the spirit. So what is the spirit? That's what's, I think, very important. What is the spirit? I would ask, is he lying? Right? Is he lying? And what is the spirit? Those things are important. And then there was this comment, you extend the benefit of the doubt way too much. I mean, he's literally talking about Hitler being a good guy. And so I guess the question here is, so there's a couple things. So God will allow evil, and God knows what's happening. And so then every time there is evil or darkness and we fall into a pit, that is an opportunity for people to see the light. And so the evil can be used for good. That's one take. And another take is, I can do three takes. Another take is, did he do anything good in his life? Right. Even though he did evil, did he do anything good in his life? And a third take would be like, what would have happened if Hitler had never been born? And we don't know what would have happened. Like, it maybe is part of God's plan, and it is part of this beautiful thing that's going to play out. And so just got to be careful, like jumping to these conclusions, because we've been trained to think a certain way.
Yeah. Do you like commercial flight?
Yeah, commercial flight is nice.
Right. I mean, from my limited understanding, that the jet propulsion system is something that the Germans worked on, right? That were innovative with. I'm not sure if that's true or not, but like, there's a lot of things like that, you know.
Yeah, Operation Paperclip. After World War II, America imported a lot of ex-Nazi rocket scientists, and they worked on things like the V2 rocket.
Huntsville, Alabama. That's where the Rocket City, and we brought in what's his name, Werner von Braun, and he helped with a lot of that.
There's medicines. There's all sorts of stuff. You know, I mean, so, I don't know. It's really weird.
We've
Yeah.
been
So,
trained to say a certain thing and think a certain thing, though. That evil is, I mean, evil is Hitler. Hitler is evil.
well,
Therefore,
who
there's no
isn't?
good, right? And who isn't? But that's the thing. That's the when you start questioning the narrative, all of a sudden that becomes taboo. And the problem with our world is when we aren't allowed to question the narrative. And I think you got to have solutions too when you question the narrative. And I like to think I have solutions. Maybe Kanye has some. I pray that he is connected with people who can help him do good work. But we'll see.
So
When
our
Pancho,
collective
I
relevance realization is doing this narrow reciprocal narrowing, and that's a problem.
Yeah, we have
think
to
the thing
watch
with
out for that.
I think the thing with Hitler as well is it becomes an automatic response towards evil, um, but it's also something we can closely observe and go, oh yeah, definitely evil is there. Um, so you just bring up the name, and sure, it may seem like we've been trained to just think, oh, evil, without thinking, but it it's probably just because it's a reliable response. Whereas I think the thing that's more nefarious is the people who try and justify things like communist dictators um, as being uh, not really virtuous or good, but okay, whereas anyone on the fascist spectrum is outright evil and can't be anything but. But there was like more people have died from communism than have died from fascism. It's just statistically and factually true. So, but you can see a lot of these people who, especially on the left, who espouse to be against fascism, but they're brandishing like a symbol of the hammer and sickle on their clothing. Uh, so they're wearing another extremist, like totalitarian um, symbol of like hate and evil, um, and they're still acting as ideologues. But if they're acting towards another ideology, which is automatically thought as evil, then somehow it's fine. And the fact
Well,
that we sort of, sorry, go ahead, Chuck.
that's the game, though. I mean, this is the game that's annoying, right? Because you could play this on both sides, and then now you can say, well, do you wear a cross, right? Do you wear it as jewelry? I mean, because to somebody that's a hateful symbol, and so it's a stupid game. And it's not even about these particulars. This whole thing is about, are we able to have a conversation or not?
Mm-hmm.
And I think the concern is they don't have to control us, whoever they are, because we're willing to bend over and say, no, do what you please, right? Because we want to save our lives, we want to save our status, we want to save our reputation. Um, but it's not about you know the particulars. It's not about the communists. It's not about the fascists. It's not about the Christians or the Jews or the Protestants or the whites or the blacks or any of that. It's about we're unwilling to have a conversation because we're afraid, and we're unwilling to have a conversation, like a real conversation where we're attempting to see each other. Um, we only want to have the conversation when it's easy and convenient, a conversation where we know we can always win, and we're not willing to lose. So it's interesting. Yi is a radical example of something that we get to see play out. We're watching this experiment play out, and I think it's a good thing for us. I'm going to try and mute now because I got to work.
What are your thoughts, Teo?
oh, so many. Um, I think first of all, I just want to go back to what you said about Kanye, and I just wish that I think the Christian what I'm open and quote unquote praying for is that all this, because I agree with you, there is no doubt that in his lived experiences, is had a lot of negative, especially with like with Jewish people, with people that were Jewish, and like agents, managers, the music industry. I'm sure it's filled with them. Also, he lives in Hollywood, married to. He was married to Kim K. So I can only imagine just the amount of, you know, uh, in his lived experiences, how he perceives Jewish people to be is, and mix that with the taboo of not being, not saying anything even remotely anti-Semite, and mix that with Kanye's personality to want to go against the grain. But what I am open for and what I wish is if he's got good Christian, because I do think his conversion is true. I do think he had a religious experience, a transformative religious experience. And the Christian way of dealing with your enemy is what you said, which is I love insert whoever has wronged you. And I wish I pray that's going to be the way all this resolves itself, is like Kanye realizing that even if it does feel like the Jewish people in his life have been unfair or hurtful towards him, that the answer is to I love them because I'm a Christian, because that's what, the Christian thing to do.
Yeah. I've been focused on Proverbs 6:16 through 19 for a while now, because, and there's like, you can go into the Bible, you can look at the right way of being. That's kind of what I've been drawn toward. Like, there's Paul Vanderklay's Twitter profile that talks about, being equipped with those things which there is no law against. That's a paraphrase, but it's reference to, the fruit of the Holy Spirit. And then Proverbs 6:16 through 19, it talks about the things that God hates. And so you could ask yourself, what is Kanye doing that God hates? That would be a question. And then, I'm glad you're here. It would be nice if you could have come in as well. I'm glad to have. I like this opponent processing. I like. I wish Ariel could have hopped in, but this was a good question. What bridge can Kanye cross that will finally make you say that his intentions are bad? Is there one? And for me, it's kind of easy. Like, there's a lot of things that humans do that are bad that Kanye isn't doing, right? And I could start naming them off, and I would be accusing the whole world, right? Like, the world is doing bad things, but the question, I could flip it around, is what does he point to me and tell me what he's doing that is bad? Like, he's talking, right? But there's things you can do with your career, for example, that's bad. And there's things you can do, like, even whenever you look down on Kanye, you in Proverbs 6:16 through 19, you have a haughty look. You're condescending. Like, so that's different than loving your enemy and seeing everyone kind of, that there are strengths and weaknesses that all of us have, and we all make mistakes. We all have immeasurable potential. But yeah, the question for me is, what is Kanye doing that God hates? When you look at Proverbs 6:16 through 19, what is he doing that God hates? It's me flipping the question around, but it's a good question.
What I want to ask is that I think it's fine. It's a good question, but I also think in some sense it's an invalid question because it's totally missing the whole point of all of this. It's not about what Kanye's doing. It's about how we're reacting to it. It's about how we as a culture are reacting to it or not reacting to it or whatever. It's like this is about the collective relevance realization, the sense making insanity that we're all trying to wrestle with here. But we're not really trying to wrestle with it. We're just trying to be right. And so, like, this is the point of all of this. It's like, what would he have to do for us to admit that his intentions are bad? I mean, that's a silly question. has nothing to do with this, right? He has the stage and we're watching. And it has nothing to do with his intentions or what good or bad is coming out of it. It's how are we reacting to this? That's what's really in question here.
When you say that, Chad, it's like every time we talk, we're talking from our perspective. And so when you say, how are we reacting? Like, I feel like that's really important for you. You're saying it. That's Chad's view. And there's a lot of people like Chad, and it would be good for a lot of people to consider Chad's perspective. And then I would say another perspective that I'm just going to point right back at it again is, what is Kanye doing that God hates? And like, if I were to compare Kanye with Donald Trump and look at Proverbs 6:16-19, is Trump had a lying tongue. God hates a lying tongue. And so the question would be, is what is the lie that Kanye's saying? These are these. I want to know what Kanye's doing that God hates, really. And then the thing about lying is that there are interpretations of words that are different for different people. And the language has been confused. So that's just a different perspective.
Of course. I understand. I understand, but so say we identify what is it that God hates. Right. So then why do we just stop with him? Now we should just do that with everybody. What is it that I'm doing that God hates?
Yeah.
Now, what do we do with that? What do you do? Do you silence me? Do you deplatform me? Then how far down the scale does that stop?
That's
right?
what I was pointing at with Andre. It's like, when do you deplatform somebody?
Exactly.
Right? And Andre was saying, he's an admin at Awakening for the Meaning Crisis. And we talked about how they have goals and they're trying to create a culture, and part of those goals have to do with helping people. And so if an anti-Semite were to come in, or a racist were to come in saying racist things, they would attempt to try to question in order to, the goal would to align with their goal to help the person become a better person, right? So that's a good question as well, Chad. It's like how are you do you want to deplatform somebody when they are doing the thing that God hates? Like, even if they do it?
Help them become a better person by whose standards?
Well, if we look at if we try to focus on the question of what does God hates, and we try to be someone who does things that God does not hate, like, that would be to me, that's a good standard, right? If we try to understand.
But what if that's an invalid category, because I don't believe that there's such a thing as a God and what he hates. But what God are we talking about? So this is the game that I'm talking about. It's like, who? Now, I hate that I even have to say I don't believe that there is no God. Like that's the other thing that Chris brought up. It's like, can we stop doing this thing where it's like, in conversations it'll be like, let's say Peterson says something we really enjoy, and say I'm on a video and I want to talk about Peterson, and I have to caveat it with, now obviously I don't believe everything that Peterson says is true. Like, can we stop doing that? We're playing this game and we're feeding the beast with this kind of rhetoric, and it's like,
well, there is the thing that in the Bible it says God hates people with haughty eyes, and I'm interpreting that as being condescending, and so we can attempt to, like, there's something good about trying to avoid being condescending, and so I understand how frustrating that is, and this is something I've only come to learn in the last few months. Like, I'm like about to be 38 years old. And I think it's relevant. It's like, we probably want to avoid appearing to have pride. Even if we are managing our pride and arrogance, we even have to be careful about how we appear. And so sometimes we can use our language in a way that allows people to know, it's like, I have weaknesses. I'm not perfect. I don't agree with everything that other person says. Yeah,
but I think that's a prideful statement to say, I don't agree with what everybody says. That's a statement of pride.
That's how you interpret the words, and our language has been confused, right?
Right.
The only way we could
because
actually figure this
out. It's a virtue
is,
signal. It's a virtue signal. It's saying, like, I'm qualifying. Right. So what I mean is, like, so we start to normalize these kinds of things, and then just start stacking and stacking and stacking, and get the sediment of how you see the world and how you interact with the world, and it gets passed off to somebody else, and they're going to pick up that sediment and they're going to add to it. Now we're going to normalize. So it's like, who do you shut down in the conversation? What is what is pride, and who gets to hold the torch for what is allowable to say and what is not allowable to say. So it's like,
It's all allowable, in my opinion,
I
actually.
agree.
But I do think, yeah, there's a benefit to being someone who sees that every human being has immeasurable potential and actually living a life like that, which is something like loving your enemy. Like, I think that's something good to aim at.
Of course, yeah. Sorry, I don't mean to take over your conversation. I need to
Yeah,
shut up.
let's let others speak.
Also, really good to see you, Andre and Tyler.
Yeah, I'm glad y'all are here.
It's been a while, Sean.
Does anyone want to try and defend like uh, Ariel's position? Someone who is seeing Kanye as someone who is causing harm, for example, or threatening, innocent good people. Like, can anyone actually take that position since we don't have anyone here doing it?
I mean, I guess if you still man that position, you say that a danger he may be causing or could cause is that him coming out and saying the things he's saying, as such a high status person in the media and in society, the music industry, and so on, may strike to the idea that it normalizes those thoughts for people who previously might not have entertained them. So these people in the general populace who have been trained to think like, well, I can't say like anything about the Jews because that's like a no-go area. Now Kanye says something about them on a podcast, and they go, oh well, if he can say them, maybe I can say them. And they might start sort of toying around with the idea that like they'll explore that area of thought. So in terms of potential harm, that could be something that could occur. Now, I don't believe it necessarily will, because there's sort of a big gap from someone hearing, like, say, one of the artists or like idols they like say something taboo, and them going, you know what, like, I'm actually going to do the same thing. It's all okay now. Like, like, if say you're a big fan of uh, who is it? Is it the movie maker, the director, who Weinstein or Harvey?
Are you talking about
Harvey
Harvey?
Weinstein. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
Harvey
Yeah.
Say
Weinstein.
they're like a diehard fan of him, and then all that stuff comes out about him. They're not gonna suddenly go, you know what? Like, I'm actually gonna go out and exploit people, and because it's okay because my like idol does it. Uh, like what the things he did morally repugnant, like definitely taboo and everything, but just because he does them doesn't mean they're going to start engaging in it. But I mean, I think words are a lot cheaper than actions. So Kanye saying the things he said, yeah, they could potentially entice some certain people a lot easier. Whereas, yeah,
So,
someone doing the actions themselves are
so you're thinking like his words could entice people to go into like a synagogue or something with guns.
No. I'm saying they could entice people to start taking the viewpoint of like an anti-Semitic viewpoint, and this is all couched in saying like this would be steel manning the position of answering the question that the person brought up before.
Yeah.
So to take the sort of opposite position.
I mean,
isn't
isn't
picking up.
But isn't so the summary of the Stillman in my mind would be that this concern that innocent Jews will be killed by people who hear what Kanye says and then go act with the wrong spirit. Like,
I
so
could
Kanye might
also,
have the right spirit
yeah.
saying good
Well,
things,
yeah.
and then other people with the wrong spirit could hear that and go do bad things.
Well, it could ultimately happen, but my point was more so that people who never had like an anti-Semitic bone in their body could start thinking like, you know what? Like, actually, I do hear a lot of Jewish names coming up in like uh banking companies, and I do hear like about a lot of like Jewish people in Hollywood. They start getting in thinking patterns where they could start forming an anti-Semitic mindset. Now, not necessarily that they're going to carry out actions which are violent or go any further than that, but just that if Kanye says those things, it could be a normalization. But
Yeah, that's
yeah,
that's what that's where I was thinking. I think it's the danger will be um anti like what Kanye is saying isn't new, isn't foreign to it's not a new spirit that is conjured. But I think what the danger could be is uh bringing a fringe spirit into the center and the like you said, the power, the influence that Kanye adds. I think the danger could be him saying these and seemingly anti-Semitic things. Like these are not like if you in my friendship circle, I'll speak for myself. In my friendship circles, these are things that are said casually, regularly. Like racism within my circle is like rampant. So these are ideas, but they're set in a context where it's we're sort of we all know we're sort of on the fringes of things that these are not things that anyone would say in like an office meeting. We all know these are like this is the context in which it's a fringe, it's a joking but not really, but aware that this is not something that's mainstream, this is not an idea that's mainstream. And Kanye saying it on such a big on all the platforms actually that it gets on seemingly um is like can make the spirits that was something taboo make it mainstream. And the danger could be that in doing that makes the darker side of that spirit more likely. The Yeah, that's how I see it. That's the danger that I see it. And
Yeah, there's this concept of a dog whistle that came to mind. It's like it's a problem with language where we can say things and they are interpreted differently by different people. And I can even say things. I've had it happen to me where I say things with the right spirit. Like I try to be someone who is possessed with the Holy Spirit to one degree or another, and then I assume that just I can just be in the flow with the Holy Spirit. And then what happens is my mind sees details and I say the details, and then all of a sudden people get upset. Uh, it harms the company and their goals. It harms other people and their goals. And that's it's sad that that's the world we're in, but it is a product of what is that? It's like all of a sudden I can't say the truth because it will cause. I can't say the truth filled with the Holy Spirit because people who aren't filled with the Holy Spirit, who have different goals, will become threatened and defend themselves. That's really how I see it. And
is
so,
that's evidence that the culture isn't filled with the Holy Spirit. Like the
right.
people in the culture aren't. So the spirits, a battle of spirits, and the
So yeah,
I think like Paul Vanderklay has been doing his sanity thing, and how we all do it together. It's not a single person thing, and I think that's the battle we're all in at the moment. It's figuring out a way to collectively um have conversations again, be able to bring my spirit and your spirit to the table. And even though they might disagree, like finding the language. And I think it's what we've just realized what the problem is, and we're nowhere near finding a solution. So we're going to go through a lot of this misinterpreting each other and not understanding each other. And I think as long as we keep talking, keep conversing, that's how you develop a new spirit.
It's like how there's people I know who use the N word, and it's like, well, what do I do when I'm with them, and would I bring them onto this channel? You know, it's like I don't know what we're supposed to do with the world at large. You know,
I think it's too late. You've already got someone on your channel that used the N word, so I apologize. I think I find that, sorry, Chad. I also find this because I feel like I've got different pockets of friends, and like most of them cannot interact with each other. I can't imagine my when Paul and John were in England over the summer. I was like, I've started two estuary groups, and I was trying to find the people to invite, and it was a real issue because estuary, there's conversation, but it's not the we've got a space in London called the speakers corner where Christians, Muslims just go debate and just shout at each other. That's not what estuary is. But I know there are certain friends that if I invite, that is what it's gonna turn into. So yeah, there is a trying to maneuver. Okay, how does this group talk to this group?
Yeah, it seems like the spirit that's manifested is one of that masquerades as wanting silence, but its true desire is white noise. So what I mean by that is like a static noise, just if you were to take everybody's voice and put them all out at once, one that is what they just layer on top of each other, you just get like like that static, and that's what it looks like is happening, and that promotes all sorts of different things to sell, right? I mean, you could start selling all sorts of stuff, and you sell StreamYard, you sell YouTube, you sell all sorts of stuff, and so it's good that I think, we're hopefully engaging in real action, which is, that's why I like when Paul had his estuary meeting online, and it was like a model of estuary. I was in the comment section, like asking absurd questions and, demanding that where are the atheists? Where's the opposition? Like, there's nobody in there. So I think these conversations should be having more people, like people who absolutely disagree, but who are willing to have like a productive conversation. And by productive, I just mean, well, let's just hear each other. I'm not going to change your mind. You're not going to change mine. Let's see what happens, though, if we just listen.
I do like what Nafama said here. One thing that would be interesting to me is to see Kanye, for example, have a conversation with people of the wrong spirit, like, and maybe it's already happened, but if he has like the Holy Spirit and he comes into contact with people who don't have the Holy Spirit, like, or maybe there's even a third party, like who's the best person who can do it? Maybe like could you have a Paul Vanderklay and a Kanye, and then name your racist or something like that. But it would be it would be nice to see that play out with what Muhammad is saying. It's like
the thing I worry about with that scenario is with Kanye. You asked the question earlier, what is Kanye doing wrong, or what's Kanye doing wrong in the eyes of God? And I would say with a lot of projecting myself into this, it's pride. It's like throughout Kanye's career, it's very receptive. It takes a lot of information, but what he does with it is final. Like meaning you can tell Kanye a fact seemingly, and he'll take it and he'll project the fact his own way, and regardless of what you say, even though you're the one that give him the fact, the way he says the fact is the way it is. And it's that pride where at the moment, I don't see Kanye getting off this
Could he? I
anti
wonder if he could
being
steel man. Could he steel man the other perspective?
no, oh definitely
Right.
I cannot imagine that. It's like I cannot watch any Kanye interview because I've seen so many and they're so predictably chaotic that it's just like most of it is a waste, but there will be gems in there. But it's I've watched so many at this moment. It's like okay, I get it, and I feel like it is because of the amount, the level of pushback he's getting. That's only going to reinforce him, like standing his ground, and uh, usually there'll be a crash like 3 or 6 months from now, and it'll disappear for a month, and then it'll come back on an apology tour. That's usually how it goes with Kanye.
Yeah, one thing that came to mind is he seems to be playing a political, social game, and if you start to stillman the other person's perspective, you don't win this game. Yeah, so
Oh,
it's such
definitely
a,
not a political game.
well. That was my point to the systems that we have in place. They're selecting for the wrong spirit. Even, yeah, it would be nice to see Kanye try to steelman other people's perspective that disagree with him, and then still disagree. It's like I understand this is your perspective. I'm going to try to steelman it, and then I'm going to share mine. Can you steelman my perspective? Right?
Yeah, it's that's I cannot imagine a world where Kanye is having the conversation that's that coherent that you can even get to that point.
Man, it would
It's
be great. It would be great.
yeah, yeah.
All right. Anybody want to talk about the weather?
Well, in Manchester, it's been cloudy for like a week straight. I've not seen the
Oh,
sun in like yeah. So
Oh, you're in Manchester.
yeah.
I worked for a Manchester techno record label for a couple of years doing writing.
Oh
Um,
really?
a few years back, yeah. Um, an underground one, and have a few friends in the scene there, and
Yeah.
I had some of my work released actually on a label there.
Nice. When was this?
Uh, 3-4 years ago now, I think.
Yeah, I moved to Manchester just over 2 years ago now, from London, and I've only just discovered that there is a massive underground scene of poetry, music, just a lot. It's really cool.
Oh yeah, I mean that's where there's the reason why there's the whole Manchester thing and that the history of the hacienda. Um, I was only last week explaining something about the band the Happy Mondays to someone, um, because I was telling them how if you know of the band Gorillaz, um,
Yeah,
they had a song that got Sean Ryder in the clip, and I was trying to put in context like who he was, and
right.
it referenced the band and also the movie 24 Hour Party People and the Hacienda, and they're sort of like, oh, okay, like I get it, and it sort of went over their head a bit, but I mean, so much good music and important music came out of specifically that scene. The
Yeah.
guy who founded that club, I think he was one of the first people who ever saw the Clash to play, um,
Oh,
in the late '60s or early '70s or something like that, and he helped form Joy Division as well.
yeah. I went to a spoken word event a few months back, and that's where I met a few of the artsy people, and they took me around. We went to a few shops and like loads of places. You'll see posters of like old bands like performing on this like. So they've birthed a lot of greatness. It seems.
Yeah, I'd like to go back there someday.
Lee, I do want to. I want to say thank you. Like this, I feel like you guys helped me think out loud. It's like because I'm having empathy for Kanye, and then and I think like we went through and we were able to I was able to try to steelman Ariel, and then it kind of helped me see that this is something Kanye could work on. It's something important about being able to have conversations with the right spirit. And so I just wanted to thank y'all for helping do this. And so that's why I put the summary down there as a banner, because we don't have to talk about Kanye, but but I feel like that's the summary that I'm pulling out of this. I don't know if you guys would agree with that, or if you have a different kind of take on anything
Mate,
about
I,
what we've said so far.
well, from what you just said, it makes me think of it, and I don't know exactly what Bible chapter this is from, because I'm not someone who like memorize chapters, but I think it's in John something. It's um, we don't know the direction of the Holy Spirit, where it will flow, where it will go, but we can tell where it may be next. Um, and the Holy Spirit can flow like the wind. So it's the idea that we can't exactly control it or just follow it along, but we can position ourselves in areas where we believe it will come to us. So in such a way, providing this environment for open communication and discussion in good faith, and being able to steel man and listen earnestly and honestly, it's like we're positioning ourselves in that place where we believe the Holy Spirit may flow next.
Where two or more are gathered, or so the verse said. Yeah, I completely agree. I echo what you said, Gavin. Like I said, I've only been seeing Kanye's new antics like under this what comes on the timeline and YouTube, what YouTube comments on. But being able to like speak out loud with other people has helped to, giving better, especially I don't know how to pronounce his name. I'm not going to try. I'm just gonna call you A. Like your comments have been really helpful in helping to like not make the conversation one way and broaden it up a little bit. So I appreciate that a lot.
I got a good question. I think if not Kanye and what he's saying and how he's saying it, then who and how? Because that's the question. Is what he asked? I want to ask ourselves is what he is doing important? Is it raising some important questions or is it not? And if he's not the person to raise the question in the manner in which he's doing it, then who and how, in what way would be effective and or satisfying enough for us to actually have a more productive conversation around the topic? Because it seems like he's like he's the outgrowth of what has happened, and like we've tried it the other way for so long. And so I think sometimes the most extreme cases are great ways to address it, because you don't know the borders unless you're bouncing off of them. So again, if not Kanye, then who and how? And so that's the question I have.
I don't know if I can answer the question exactly because I can't think of anyone or else, but I think the question I would add to your question is what he's doing is it important? I think to I'm not sure if it's Jonathan or Paul that used the analogy of Kanye running through a field and just not bumping into things. And I feel like there are sensitivity to the things it bumps into. Like when it bumped into the BLM movement, a lot of black people were not happy with him, and now it's bumped into Jewish conversations that shouldn't be had in public. And um, are those conversations important enough for the yeah for that? And if not Kanye, who I can't think of any because I'm like a Kanye stan. So I've seen Kanye doing this for years and years, just throughout his career, and it's fascinating to watch like Kanye in all of this new spaces. And I'm still saying Kanye, but is he's bumped into so many different fences that I don't know. I don't know how people are still supporting him, but I think that's just Kanye.
What do you think, Andre? Or would you like me to speak?
Um, I think it's a hard thing to ask. Like, what are the conversations we should be having? If not Kanye, then Harry. Because it's a little open ended. Because I think this comes back to perspective and how each person views world differently. Because like some people may think the things you're saying, like the areas of anti-Semitism or Judaism or whatever it may be, haven't been addressed or should be addressed, and he's finally speaking up about them. But then, is it like the most prescient thing to talk about at the current moment of time? Perhaps not. But then, what is? Because depending on the circles that I would ask in, um, there may be people who say like, "Oh, we need to address modernism and materialists and so forth." But like, how exactly do you do that? Because that's a much more broad concept and more encompassing one. Then, if you go to something more specific, they may say, "Well, okay, we need to address all the pedophiles that are sort of lurking around in society." Well, who is going to ask that question? Like, how are we going to address it? Because that's one that's a lot more to do to um, attack, approach, and discuss openly. But even if we did so, like, what could be done out of the someone bringing it up? Like, if Kanye started talking about like child rapists on the next podcast, he's definitely going to get a lot of backlash. But do you think anyone's actually going to take any actionable action from what he says? Like, I don't think so. There'll probably just be more people sitting around and discussing and going, "Oh, is this right for him to say?" Um, so I think pointing at ideas that we can actually take action at is more pressure towards the general conversation, perhaps. But I'm not sure.
Again, I think it's not about, from my perspective, it's not about what he's saying or who he's saying anything about. I understand people's feelings are hurt about that. I understand people are uptight about it. That's not what's happening. It's what he's he's consciously becoming a target to demonstrate something greater. That's what I think is happening.
What do you think that something greater is?
The hypocrisy and obsession with control, and the out of balance power that there is, and the obsession with that power that power has to get an even tighter grip on the conversation of people in general. I think that's what he's doing. He's saying, and you can't just come out and say that because nobody listens. They'll say, yeah. That's kind of like that's so 2020.
Do you think Kanye? That's what Kanye is conscious of that? Because I do agree with you. I
Yeah.
think it is affecting that. But do you think is conscious of that, or do you think is just living in the moment, like according to his feelings, and I could like living in his arena and acting accordingly?
I think it's maybe a little bit of both. I think it's kind of what Peterson did. Peterson. It was interesting to watch that play out. And as all of that was playing out with Peterson, I was asking myself, it dawned on me one day that, oh, he's running an experiment. And I noticed that like 3 years ago. Well, I think he's running an experiment. If I could ask him one question, I would ask him, are you actually running an experiment? Or are you actually trying to have conversations about things? And to me, it's both. And I think like that's kind of what's going on there. And Ye has got enough uh, carelessness in the best sense to sacrifice things because what do you have or what do you not have when you've had everything in the world? Well, you've not really had sacrifice. So let's take it all the way once. Let's see how far can the sacrifice go, especially if I emulate Christ. And there is something deeply ridiculous about all of it, right? You can say, well, what he's doing isn't Christ-like at all. But then in another sense, you can say, wow, it's almost some of the most Christ-like things I've seen with my own eyes in the culture today. I think it's not as, say, admirable as the Chinaman on Tiananmen Square standing in front of a tank, but it's something akin to it, even though it's absurd. But we live in absurd times, so it's like in a Machu Picchuian way, it's like he's demonstrating something to us in a language that we can understand in the world that we live in now. We just don't know how to translate it. I don't know if any of what I just said makes sense. It makes sense to me, but I think so. Again, it's not about what he's saying. Uh, that's so unnuanced and like petty that it's almost a distraction. It's a distraction to the real thing that's happening.
So it's more about intention. It's like almost as if he's performing martyrdom by absurdity. In like he's sacrificing through what we would maybe see as absurd or eccentric behavior, but it's not about behavior itself. It's about what he's trying to push from doing it, like a paradigm shift of getting people to think differently, and so forth. I do get what you were saying, Chad, but it's hard for me to articulate into words, but I'm pretty sure I'm getting what you're saying.
I like this. First of all, Chad, Nahama said, I get what you're saying. It's very interesting. Just, I know you can't see what she said. She also said, who and how. One possible answer would be us and now. Civil relevance realization. What matters to us? Why? What is Kanye raising up that matters to us? These, I think, are good questions. I agree. That I like to, I like to try to look at everything as if it is meaningful. Every moment is sacred, and then I think Hezi mentions trying to identify like the divine spark, like, and perhaps the divine spark is in everything. So, in a way, I could say, everyone is doing it perfectly. Uh, it looks like it's evil. It looks like it's dangerous. It can be that way. And then the only thing about the how is, well, where are we going? So Hezi mentioned Jacob's ladder, and so we as individuals can move up and down this ladder, moving toward an ideal, and as a society. And so when Muhammad says, points back at us and asks civil relevance realization, that's important. But then also we could imagine, we can imagine how we as people can move up this Jacob's ladder. That's something we can do, right? We should always think about that, and then we can think about how we can work together. That's something we can do. Now, what can Kanye do? I don't know. I actually I reached out to Kanye. I do this kind of thing. I've been doing it for years, where I reach out to people, even like the 4-star general at Missile Defense, and reached out to the president of the United States, whoever it is, and I reach out to people. I applied for the Lex Friedman job. So, I try to connect with people, right? Because I believe I can learn from them and they can learn from me. And that's part of what I do. And so, I would love to see Kanye transform into a better person, identifying the mistakes he made and not feeling like guilty about them, but saying, yeah, that's who I was. And there were reasons why I was that way. And I've become a better person. And so we can all do that. I mean, then I like to try to imagine, what does that look like? You know, what does that look like for ourselves? Most importantly, what does it look like for us as a community? And then, once we start, the further we get away from ourselves, thinking about what Kanye should do, it becomes less relevant. But it's fun.
Selfishly, as a Kanye fan, I think what I should do is get in the studio and stop going to interviews, go make music, go create something, and it's better at creating than speaking. But I think the better question, like you said, is what should we do? What are we doing? Because we can just talk about and talk around, and but how does that affect? What effect does that have on us? And I think for me, it's there's loads of ways you could go with that. I think it's sort of like confirmation to of things that I've been feeling about the world, and I'm watching it play out on a bigger scale. Is sort of that's how I felt in 2018 when it said slavery is a choice, because there was this like within black and hip hop culture, I was feeling this like you talk about things that you can't say, like not going out of the box. That was like peak, especially post Obama and like during the Trump era. There felt like this, we all just have to get together and all say the same thing and sing from the same hymn. And I watched Kanye like burst out open with his TMZ interview. And I watched the reaction to that, where he was like just everyone turned against him. And it was like singled out as like, oh, he's crazy, is this, is that. And that crazy word, I like Paul's thing of like crazy is just we decide, we've always decided what crazy is, as in the collective we we've always got to say what, like, we decide what insanity is, what's normal, what's outside the box. And I think, like you said earlier, Gavin, the system, the box is not conducive for transformation, is how I see it. And I think Kanye doing it carelessly, sure, but breaking the box open is a good thing. And it like in conversation, in like speaking to my friends that don't feel like what I felt about, feeling trapped, I can point to like Kanye. I can that can be like a point of conversation, like an icon to point to start that conversation of, okay, this is what I've been trying to this is what I've been pointing to, that there's now an icon for it. That's how I see what Kanye's doing.
Yeah. And
I just
I think also if you consider what Kanye is doing in terms of gangster rap, even though I know he's not a gangster rapper, saying a statement like that is one of the most sort of gangster things you can do. Because you used the term like crazy, but if you think about it, like gangster rap, especially like
No,
between
you're
92 to
completely right.
96,
You're
like
completely right.
I like drive-bys. I'll kill you. Like I'll hunt you down. I'll shoot you. I'll get strapped with my gat.
Yeah.
That's like the peak of being gangster, but they're crazy things. But him coming out using words saying, "Yeah, slavery is a choice." Like that's like one of the most gangster actions you can do in this sort of modern society. It's so against the grain, but like it's almost like a sort of, yeah, don't try me, like um because I've got that much level of gangster in me.
Yeah, that was the year that he came up with this. I'm a free thinker. His whole thing that was, I'm free thinking, I'm nuts. Which of course he'll take to the extreme, like talking about he's a genius, is the is this, is that. But I like the fact that the free thinking thing, he was pointing to, I don't want to be part of this hive mind that we're building. I don't want to participate in this group think where we're not allowed to question almost anything, and there is now a very much us v them, which had always been there. And I can imagine. I mean, I'm 27 years. I'm not even from America. I've never been to America. I only engage with this. I engage with it through music, and now through the globalization of the world. I've got no choice but to engage in it. But I saw it as the group thing, the we thing had always been there, and it was a source of pride. But then it became we are against them thing, rather than we are for this. It became we are against like them. Anyone that's not with us is now. It became more tribal over time, and like breaking out of that. Like I think there were there were three people. The biggest thing you could be called like that would the what's the religious word for it where you get kicked out? Excommunication. Yeah, the one is if you're called a coon or an Uncle Tom, you get excommunicated. That means you're no longer part of us. You're now for the opposition, and that was. I watched Kanye overcome that accusation like 3 times over that summer, because like twice it was like discarding a yep, he's an Uncle Tom, and then it dropped. He did an album of like four summers of like making music, and then slowly yep, he's back. Yeah, he let it that, and then he did another interview where he said another thing that we're not supposed to say, and he got kicked out again. And I watched him get dragged back, and my hope was that would open up the box the more he kept breaking out of it. But it seems that it's only a Kanye thing, because other people that get excommunicated stay excommunicated. Once you're kicked out, once you're out of it, you stay out. But Kanye seems to have this this I don't know what it is. I think it's a God thing. It's a divine providence or whatnot. It gets pulled back in and your thing. But what I'm looking out for in this moment is if it will get put back in, because this is gone nuclear now. And I don't see him like walking it back anytime soon. He still seems to be in this me against the world, and I'm curious to see what Jonathan has to say about it, because I think there's a lot of symbolism being played out that I can't see.
I just wanted to say, I wanted to point back at what we can do. I really like that, that's connecting heaven and earth. And so I feel like we tried to stillman Ariel. We're on Jacob Facciarecci's YouTube channel. He's got a Discord server. He's got like this love of Judaism, people who love Judaism. And so I like that we were able to try and there's one person who is like representing kind of a Jewish perspective, and we're able to stillman. The other thing it would be nice to see is are there Jewish people out there who can stillman Kanye's perspective? It's this kind of reciprocal thing that we're missing right now. But I would love. I think that's part of the reason why I think it's so interesting that we're here on Jacob Facciarecci's YouTube channel. Is that is there anyone in Judaism who would be willing to stillman Kanye West? Right, because I tried to do it, and I think we have tried to do it here. But I would love to see someone like, for example, Ariel, who we tried to stillman that perspective. It would be cool to see him try to do it the other way, and that's the thing that we can do here. Like whenever we have the right spirit, that's the thing we can try to embody, and this is one way we could do it. And I feel like that's what's potentially missing, is a person that disagrees with Kanye attempting to stillman his perspective.
Yeah,
but anyways,
I agree.
I had to get that out. I know I kind of interrupted the flow there, but it seems important to me.
No, but I agree with that. That would be a good thing to have for the conversation.
Well, so here in Australia now it's Saturday, so it's Shabbat. So even if I was Jewish, it would be it would be not a good action of me to be engaging in this.
Yeah, I guess, and I'm not an expert, but if there were Jewish people in the States, they would they would be fine hopping on a stream right now.
Well, yeah, because it's Friday, in the
And then
US still.
And then
What time is it over there
Here it's
in Australia?
1:47 a.m. on Saturday.
So
But
what time do
I
they
technically think Shabbat starts on Friday night.
right, that's my
for a bit,
understanding, just being kind of swimming in these waters a little bit, is Friday night seems to be the starting time. But yeah, so I mean we have lost the Jewish Europeans, and but we could potentially get some Jewish Americans, for example. Hello, Lost Cause.
Hello.
How are you? What are you thinking? Why are you here?
Good. I just thought the conversation was pretty interesting because when you said I'm not Jewish, so I can't help on that realm, but I thought Lex Friedman's podcast was the closest that it got to that, and it kind of like devolved very quickly because it got like super emotional. But yeah, I do. Who said it? Oh, I think Peugeot on his Patreon talked about the whole Kanye thing, and he was like, he's missing the mark, but what's happening is he's recognizing a pattern, and then everyone else around him is telling him that there's no pattern, and so he's just going to dig in deeper until someone finally engages.
There is a pattern. There is a pattern.
There is a pattern, and I find it really frustrating. And I get it; it's not out there everywhere, but like you have to think from his perspective in the entertainment industry, that it just is what it is. Like, you know, you look up the big 5 studios, it is what it is. And I don't think it's a bad thing either. But if nobody, I don't know, if nobody addresses this situation, he's just going to keep picking the scab until somebody is honest with him, I guess. But did you see what I said about like him being like Paul? Like, you know, he literally did release an album a few years ago, Life of Pablo. Like that's what he's doing. He's being the left hand. He's saying the crazy. He's just going. Like if you really read Paul, that's kind of what he's doing. He's boasting. Yes, he's full of pride, but like, you know, I don't know. Kanye West right now is like the most Protestant person out there in a way, and I find it really admirable. I do think some of the right way. Somebody said something about like,
is he boasting? I would just ask: is he full of pride and boasting?
For sure. Like, did you watch the Drink Champs interview or anything?
No. Well, like, what did he say that sounded like boasting?
He said he was like, they were like, well, who's your favorite person, your mom or whatever? And he's like, no, me. And he's like, really, over your mom? And he's like, fuck yeah, my favorite person's me.
Is that boasting, or is that just the truth? I mean, like, do you expect him to be deceptive, or right?
I'm not saying just because I say boast or pride doesn't even mean necessarily a bad thing. I think
I'm still thinking of Proverbs 6:16-19 and the haughty eyes. So I'm wondering if he's doing the thing that God hates. This is why I cued in when you said that. I'm like, is this one of the things he's doing that God hates? Because oftentimes I've been called like arrogant when I'm just confident, and so that happens, and it doesn't necessarily mean someone is. Sometimes you are perceived as arrogant whenever you aren't. Mm-hmm. So you have to be careful. Like, yeah, I'm working on that.
His message probably, but you know,
yeah, he's being perceived that way. At least you perceived it that way.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, he's got to pull the tools that he's got, I suppose. I always, I don't know, I'm still have a little bit of suspicion because I thought his Sunday service stuff was really creepy and weird. And then somebody said earlier, like, oh, it started taking it to the right wing or whatever. And I think those people are just using him. And he recognizes that. Like he said,
I love the right wing. I'll say it first. I love the right wing. I love the left wing too.
Yes, for sure. But it's like, he said it, he was like, Tucker Carlson doesn't care about me or my message. He just looks at me like a squirrel that knows how to jet ski. And I think he's right. Like, I think he would benefit a lot from staying away from those people. I know they deleted it like so much. They wiped it, but that Drink Champs interview, I think, Teo, you said it. It was like, I just couldn't believe what I was hearing. I was like, I've been thinking about this stuff for years. Like, it's all happening. It really does feel like some sort of like, he's got some sort of divine protection or something to be able to keep saying this.
Isn't it interesting though? Could it also be something like, it's like, what's ironic is you guys are still watching. Everybody's still watching. So like, that to me is another point to be taken kind of serious. It's like, well, we can complain all we want, but we're still watching. We're still sitting there with the popcorn, and like in hopes that there's more.
Mm-hmm.
So that's interesting to me too. So sorry. Also,
Matt,
hello.
That's
Mr.
really important, Chad.
Flux.
I mean,
I think
we're this culture that likes professional football and Hollywood movies, and like our attention's being attracted, and we're paying attention to things that might be considered idolatry. But
I
like
I
the
think
hope
that's
there would be,
presumptive as well, because
yeah, go
you
ahead.
say you say we're still watching, but I mean, I'm mostly commenting on this because it's timely, and it's just currently what's happening. But outside of this, like, I'm not going to be glued to like the next interview he's on. I'm not going to be following the next sort of like inflammatory media hype or whatever
Yeah,
situation may
we're not
occur.
watching Alex Jones right now, right?
Yeah, I'm probably going to like pay my attention to something else. It
Yeah.
just happens to be
This is my
a lot of
point.
other people are watching.
This is my point. We say things like, "Oh my God, they can't say that. You shouldn't say that. Give me more." I
Well,
don't care
okay.
who it is.
It's like, it really is like the Paul thing. So when he says, I love Hitler, imagine what it would have sounded like to Christians when Paul says, give to Caesar what's Caesar's. Like, I love Caesar too. They would have been like, wait, what? He's literally killing us right now. Like, he's not saying that he really loves, it's crazy. It's, I guess, crazy, but it totally makes 100% sense to me. Like, as soon as I heard him say that, I was like, I know what he's saying. And I don't understand how people don't see what he's saying. They're just so...
I do want to say that I understand what Andre's saying and Chad is saying and Lost Cause is saying, and just like Chad is sharing his perspective, and then Andre is just trying to say we don't all have the same perspective. We got to be careful with the we, because we're all different, and so Andre's not. He's probably like myself. We're not just like hanging on, waiting for Kanye's next thing, right? But other people are, and Chad might be someone who is, right?
It's not Kanye. That's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
It's we say things like we don't want the other to say things that we don't like. Please give me more. Fill in the gap with whomever that may be. What we really want is something like a mirror, because that's what all this is. There's something in it, in each of these things, that we see pieces of ourselves that we either admire or disgust.
When you say that, though, I think you're doing it. Like you are seeing, you're projecting yourself, I think. So we get insight into who you are. You're being truthful and you're sharing. And when you say we, it doesn't necessarily include Andre, but you are revealing something about yourself.
Well, Andre's been on this call for the last how many hours, and he's been commenting on it. And so it's apparent to me that what I'm saying is absolutely correct.
Well, only within the context of this singular call, though. Like that's a sample selection bias, because outside of this is not like my universal behavior of who I am. So, but if you only read into like what I've been saying the last couple of hours, then sure you could you could read that into it, but that doesn't define me. So I'm not someone who hangs on the word of every next controversy and wants to comment on it. I just happen to jump into this stream and
And I'm glad you're here, Andre.
the narrative
Yeah, I'm
that
glad
you are
you're here too.
painting, like it does fit that. Yes.
I suppose I'm not doing a good job of explaining what it is that I see, and I apologize for that. But it's something like there is some obsession, and often obsessions that are the most dangerous within us are the ones that we can't see. And there's something that I think that we as a culture have this self-obsession. We want, think about it like this. Let's say if all of the wokesters went away and everybody got along and everything started to get better and by somebody's standards, like let's say Ben Shapiro. What would Ben Shapiro talk about? He would have no job anymore. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, and I think like we as a culture, this is something that's deeply ingrained in us that we just act out. But we don't even recognize it. We say, no, we don't have that. It's like, okay. Like I asked this question, do you think that anybody truly has the tenacity to take their phone and throw it in the garbage and never use it again? No, not a single one of us. None of us would ever be able to even come close to doing it. We say things like, "Oh, I would do it. I could do it," but you won't because you'll have some reason why you shouldn't do it. Oh, I don't really want to do that. So I don't know. These are the kinds of questions I'm thinking about, though. I mean, I'm not saying that we're bad people or anything like that. I'm just trying to raise some major questions that have been on my mind for a long time. We have many obsessions. We're very self-obsessed, and we're masquerading as if we're not.
I mean, it begs the question, why did I create this stream? Why did Andre click the link? Why did Lost Cause click the link? Why did Chad click the link? So I think that's the question, right, Chad? You're asking why we did that?
Right.
So I'll ask the question. Let's start with Lost Cause because you have spoke the least. Why are you here, Lost Cause? Like, why did you click the link?
Oh, I just thought I could join the conversation, I guess, because I've been watching this little corner for years and years, but to Chad's point, it has been a self-obsession thing where I've just kind of always consumed the content and never really participated for almost selfish reasons. And it's like actually joining the conversation and like joining part of these streams is more selfless in a way because it requires me to change more in real life. It requires me to be like wrong and corrected and stuff like that. So I think in a way, like beating the self-obsession for me has actually been to be more participative in this corner and not just sit and lurk and be a keyboard warrior.
And I do want to say, Chad doesn't know this, but I muted Chad for the noise. So once he wants to talk again, I'll have to unmute. But yeah, thanks for sharing that. That resonates with me as well. Like there's a little bit of courage, like for the introverted type. As an introvert, I think about Jordan Peterson talking about the person who can't go to the store because of social anxiety, go into the parking lot, go into the door, just one step at a time, exposure therapy. And that resonates with me as something we're doing here. And it actually talking about like Kanye West is actually because he suffered so much. This is something that seems like it puts me into a stressful situation where there's the potential I could lose my job if I say the wrong thing. Right. Like I realize that's happening. But so Andre, why are you here? Why'd you click the link?
I mean, I follow Jacob's stuff quite a lot, and I've known him for quite a while. And I've also, forgive me, I can't remember the name of the your project which you've been working on, but I've watched a couple of your videos recently on YouTube, and had found that interesting. and seen you pop up on a few streams. And in the last day or so, I've been watching several friends that I'm subscribed to have live streams pop up, and Jacob as well. I didn't actually know how to join at first, but then I was like, oh, maybe it is the stream thing. Click that, and it's like, oh, okay, so this is actually how you join. I thought it was a Discord thing. But it's interesting you mentioned social anxiety, because one of the main reasons I first started on Zoom and Discord was to help combat and work on my own social anxiety, which has been extremely strong many years ago. But when I tell people that I have it now, and they've talked to me for a while, they go, "You no way you have it." But I mean, I've just put myself through the ringer enough times so that I can engage with it and get over it. But I believe that part of this process of open communication is, particularly for myself, is to join things like this and to almost sometimes play the role of a fool, so that other people can realize it's okay to have ignorance, because it's a natural state of knowledge, and it's okay to play around with ideas and explore ideas, because we need to do so in order to learn both like what we believe, what we think, and what we think should be the ideal. And that through healthy conflict and disagreement, we can reach a point of like mutual understanding with each other. And it doesn't need to always boil down to sort of like heated argument and debate where two people are going like, you're wrong, no, you're wrong, no, you're wrong, and it just doesn't get anywhere. So often I'll find myself jumping onto streams, Q&As, whatever, and even just dumbing down the way in which I articulate myself, so that other people can sometimes just understand me, but B, think like, oh, well, he asked the question which I was afraid to ask, so maybe it's okay to ask other things which I'm afraid to ask. And in this way, I think we can bridge areas which are somewhat tricky, mysterious, or confronting to us to explore.
Yeah, I like that. So I do want to point out, I did not sense that you were excited to talk about Kanye, despite it being in the description of the video, and I did push us in that direction intentionally. So, and then so the I think, yeah, the project I talk about sometimes is Minerval Arts. Chad played with me a little bit there, and one of the goals of that is character development. The human is the foundation of the church. That's where you build the church on top of humans, and so I'm interested in character development. And so Kanye, I've heard it said he's bumping up against things. Teo mentioned it. Kanye is bumping up against these controversial topics. He basically is informing us about the things that we can't say, right? It's nice to have an example of, like you had mentioned, playing the fool. Like he's playing the holy fool in a way, bumps into things, and then we can we can ask ourselves questions like, do we want to live in a world where that's the boundary about what can and can't be said? And then why? Can we just ask a question and try to understand why? And then how do you go through that process of developing your character? And maybe it includes something like understanding other people's perspectives. And then, so to bring it back to, I guess why did I start the stream? I felt a pull, and then I saw that Chris Pacal had one going, and I was like, great, I'll hop into Chris's. And then I got in there, and I'm like, where's the link? And he didn't share a link. So he had an idea of what he was trying to do there. So I was like, well, I'll go start one, because I want to explore this territory. I hate watching people on the screen and being unable to ask a question or to provide feedback and work through the questions I have, trying to become a better character. It's harder for me to learn by reading a book than it is to actually have the author of the book there, or someone who understands the whole thing, kind of helping me along the way. And maybe that's me being slow, right, and having some kind of a learning disability to some degree. But yeah, that's why I think this whole topic is important, and I'm also trying to develop my character, and so I am kind of obsessed with that. I'm obsessed with developing my character, moving up Jacob's ladder, helping to do that in my family, with my children, and hopefully, like, motivating my entire family to do the same on a larger degree, and trying to do that here, right? So that's what I am obsessed with something, and it's not. Yeah, I don't. What do you think about that, Chad? If you have time to respond to, that's the three of us sharing our perspectives of why we're here.
You want to know why I'm here? Is that what you asked?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I think it's first of all, I'm a child of pop culture, so I love pop culture, whether it's well, most of my life I was raised on top 40 music, on big cinema, and now I'm more influenced by fringe pop culture, which things like, the conversation that we've been having over the last year and a half. So there's something interesting there. I feel like these conversations are touching on something very important. I don't know exactly what that is, but I have enough arrogance and ignorance to think that I can contribute something positive to the conversation. Part of me feels like I might be useful to others, and another part of me loves the attention. I also feel like we might trip over. I have the ignorant and arrogant sense that we might trip over one of the greatest discoveries of the social discoveries of the early 21st century that we're doing here. So I'm driven by that. I'm driven by the desire to be seen. I don't always act in a way that is mature, so I'm driven by that. So I have all these different kinds of things. I don't think that that's all bad. Now, I'm not saying, so that's why I'm here. Now, does that make me a bad person? Of course it does. And of course it doesn't. I mean, like, we're here trying to figure this stuff out together. And, I've learned some things from the traditions that I come from. I like the idea of opponent processing and going through, and you can, like you said, I like what you said when Chris started his link. I also asked if I could hop in. He said, not today, not this one. And I thought, damn. But then another part of me thought, oh, I kind of like the limitation, right? I kind of miss being able to hop in the car, start the car, and go driving, and the FM radio is giving me any song that it wants, and I don't get to pick necessarily which song it is that I want to listen to. So I think there's something good about the limitation. So, yeah, all of that being said, that's why I'm here. I'm here because of my ignorance and arrogance and desire to be loved and to love. So, make of that what you will.
How does that map onto your point? You're pointing out our obsession about things. Like, it sounds like we have slightly different obsessions, and then there's also some overlap potentially, like with a lot of what you're saying.
Maybe the difference is it might be that I'm the only one here who's self-obsessed. That might be true, right? And I'm the only one who has manifestations of self-obsession that look like constant screen time or needing to listen to an audiobook or something like this, because I'm there. But that's how some of the self-obsession manifest, and maybe I'm the only one who has it, or maybe I'm one of the only ones in this conversation who's actually examined themselves and really faced their self-obsessions. So I don't know. I don't know.
You say it like it's an issue, like there's a problem or an unhealthiness with being obsessed with self.
It is if it's not being noticed or addressed.
If it's not being honest and addressed,
or noticed
and addressed.
Right. So that's a lot of what I'm touching on here. I want us to be able to ask ourselves this question: if it came down to it, could I shut it all off and walk away if I absolutely had to?
I don't know if how similar the question is, but if the EMP knocked everything out, would you be one of the ones like Joe Rogan who gave up? I've heard him say this before. I don't know if he's changed, or would you be a survivor or try your best to be a survivor?
Oh, I think I'd be a survivor. I think for sure, but I don't have the tenacity to step out on my own with my own. I don't have the kind of self-will that would do that without being nudged in the direction to have to do it. So like part of the
you're also negotiating things with your wife too. That you're talking about you planning for the future. It's like it's not just you too. There's also your wife there.
Right.
Like you stepping out on your own, like that means something, but it also isn't going to include your wife.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, like, should I have a difficult enough time regulating how much attention and time I give to the space, right? And I'm married, and that does affect our relationship, right? And there again, so I'm trying to work through this stuff too, you know. I hope I didn't scare off Lost Cause. He's a lost cause anyways.
Yeah, I mean, I hear my wife will pose the question. Yeah, that happens. My son just stepped in the room and did the same thing. It's like we have this real life thing. I could have a fire happen at work. Maybe one did. We'll see. No, did not. But yeah, there's something we're doing here. I guess the one thing, I don't know if Chad can hear us, but hopefully I'm not. I'm just gonna give him silence for a second.
I think he's just muted.
I can hear you. There's just one of my bosses.
I was gonna try to be polite and give you silence. I was thinking I probably should give him some silence because he's talking. It's hard to have someone two people in your head at the same time.
No, it's all good. I've gotten so good at this, I can do that.
My wife gets upset with me if I try to do that.
I know. Me too.
Yeah. Now the thing, I mean, I think you're pointing at something that maybe your wife and my wife points out as well. Maybe I know with my wife, there's the question of like, what are you sacrificing by being here in this with your attention to to Gavin and Chad and Andre, right, and the chat, right, and Kanye West, whatever we're giving our attention to, what are you sacrificing? So it's good to be aware that there is a trade-off going on with our attention, and our attention is the most valuable resource in the world. And so the one thing you said when you were saying, why am I here, is you're hoping that we've tripped over something in social media that's going to be, and I'm paraphrasing, but it's going to be something valuable. We've tripped over it. That's the hope. To me, that's the connecting the heaven and earth. That's what we're hoping for. So I'm a lost cause hop back in.
Hey, sorry, my boss called me, so I had to go.
Yep, we all had bosses trying to connect with us.
Cool. I do want to say to Chad, because kind of where I left off. I appreciate the honesty because it is true. Like, I think a lot of this, like, I've noticed a lot of people in this corner are like us, that work always in the background. We're always kind of, the grunts or something like that. and we do find a lot of attention here, and that's definitely what brings me here too. And is it bad? Yes. Is it good? Yes. Like, it's kind of both. But yeah, I just really liked that you said that. And
Thanks.
as far as like and as far as like what we're discovering, I've been talking with a friend about like the future of social media and like the whole idea of like a metaverse. And it's actually kind of scary to start thinking about like Discord, because he was saying the future of social media is look at the logos of these social media platforms. The two that are most honest about what they are is Reddit and Discord, because they're aliens. Like they're the big-eyed aliens. And I'm afraid that Discord is becoming the metaverse. Like, and we're loving it because, you know, we're working on these creative projects that are embodied in real life, all from the ether. You know, like it's finding its way. Like, we're doing this 24-hour streams, which have been really fun to watch, you know, but it's like it is colonizing our brain like big time. And I've really had to, like, while it's very interesting, like while I've been trying to do more and more physical creative work, it seems like at the same time it's like all these streams and all these discords are coming, and it's like, man, it's all getting, I just don't want it to become something that devours. And to be honest, like, I think that is my arrogance of what I have to add to this corner is to show an example of, like, I had just been devoured by this little corner for quite a while. You know, I was comfortable being devoured with this corner, just watching and not really doing anything. Like, oh man, this is cool stuff to think about, but I can't really talk to anybody else in my real life about this because they wouldn't understand, because I haven't talked to anybody to help articulate and all that sort of stuff. So I don't know. We're playing with fire for sure.
Yeah, and so it's interesting when you talk about the icons. Look at Twitter; it's a bird, right? When I think of birds, I think of spirits.
Yeah.
Or like, do you remember listening to Peterson and he talked about when he was a kid, he recorded that red bird in his backyard, and then he would play the recording of the red bird to the red bird, and it would like freak out and dive bomb him. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And I think about Twitter isn't lying. All it is birds, yapping at each other for their territorial position. It's not anything other than that. That's one reason why I don't go on there.
It's very much like Twitter's like the spirit of the air. It's all very airy. It's just these kind of things people throw out, similar to like Snapchat. It's a ghost, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how creepy is that?
Yeah, it's mass platitudes. It's just all like things said in jest. Nothing has a seriousness to it. Nothing has like a intentionality towards it. It's like I want my 20 seconds of dopamine. So throw out a tweet and forget about it.
Would you say the overall conversation on Twitter is exactly the same conversation? Like, if you were to take all of the comments that are on Twitter, because I've never been on there, I don't know what it looks like, but if you were to take all of them, do they all say pretty much, are they all basically on the same topic?
Not the same topic, but I think they're almost all trying to achieve the same thing, which is a transitory sort of like, look at me, give me attention, and then once that process is over, and you have the immediate gratification, it's like, okay, like I'm done with that now, but subconsciously the person still knows what they said exists, but they don't have don't have to put it give it any like seriousness in their mind. You just shuffle away and be like, okay, I can read my past tweets later. But
Have you ever
the person
walked
may
by
have
a
like
bush?
20,000 tweets.
Have you ever walked
Yes.
by like a bush or a tree that has like all those, well, I can't remember what they are, silverlings or something? They're like, or a bunch of little blackbirds, like, and the whole damn tree is like going, just chirping away. That's what I think of when I think of Twitter. And I don't think that we're meant to, it's not a place you go to be heard. Not really.
No, it's a place to go to say I want people to hear me, and I don't care about what they have to say in response, and I don't care about what they have to say. I don't care if the signal comes back that they've heard me. It's just the idea that they're being heard.
Yeah,
And
that's
it's
it.
tough because those things are. It's like with Instagram. If you do photography, they tell you have to be on Instagram to promote yourself, but it's like it undermines, I feel like, the quality. It's similar to Twitter. Is like you might have some really profound thing to say, but if you're just on this shallow platform of Twitter, it'll never be taken seriously in the way that maybe would be more beneficial for you, if that makes any sense.
Problem with Twitter is that you can look at it using group theory or graph theory, I think it is, and it's a bi-directional sort of network in that you can find that a lot of people use it and to follow people that they're interested in, but it won't go vice versa. So they want to hear and have amplified signals of almost in an echo chamber type way, things that interest them, but nothing outside of that. So they won't hear contravening opinions. They won't get pushback. They'll follow people who go like, "Oh yes, your point is important, and that was a brilliant thing you said." But they're not going to follow people who say, "Well, hang on now, like maybe you should think about the opposite or consider this." So it's a very self-amplifying and narcissistic sort of space a lot of the time.
What do you think, Gangster Paul?
He's got the doomer beanie.
I'm just you know, when you lose your, nobody tells you that when you lose your hair, there are consequences. Hair is really useful. Keeps your head from getting burned, keeps your body heat, you know?
Is that the Tim Pool beanie or the beanie that Grimgris sells? Grimgris has a one that will protect you from the signal.
Oh, does Grimgris sell a beanie? I should get one of those.
Yeah, it's better than a tinfoil hat, I think.
This is just a toque to keep my head warm in the winter.
Hey,
so.
Paul, I got a question for you. It's the same question. I don't know if you heard the question I asked earlier, but I don't know, maybe Gavin, you can remember the question better. It's something like, if not Kanye, then who and what? Right?
Or how? Yeah.
If not Kanye, what?
Then who?
I don't understand the if not. I don't understand the context of if not.
Yeah, we got to bring him up to speed, Chad.
I think
Kanye got kicked off Twitter again.
well, okay. So the thing that I've been saying is, we're interested. It seems like everybody's interested in what he said, and the things that he says, and I'm more looking at it as like what he's trying to, the hypocrisy he's trying, or the pattern that he's trying to draw out into the open, right? And like, and it's like something that like sensible people have tried to talk about in a sensible way for long enough. It hasn't seemed to brought about any kind of real solutions or any kind of desirable solutions, let's say, that people want to play with in a sensible way. So my question is, if not Kanye, then what and how?
Right. So a really helpful word to remember in this moment is transgression. So if you listen to the postmodernist, the woke conversation, you'll hear a lot of the elevation of the transgressive. Now, what happens is people sort of hear that and get triggered, and so then you once you say that word, you set up the whole, authoritative transgressive dynamic. Now, what I hear you asking, Chad, is we're so the racist conversations got so overheated in that when anything, let's say me wearing a beanie is racist, and I'm sure it's racist for some people in some way, but me wearing this hat is racist and everything is racist, then racism ceases to be a category that functions effectively. And in some ways, what Kanye is doing is using this transgressive to destroy the category. So you have a black man who's spewing out the most awful anti-Semitism in a context where we had the declaration and public affirmation that only people of certain races can be racist, which is absolute nonsense for anyone who's been around the world at all. Racism, bias, all of this is part and parcel of the package of total depravity. It comes up all over the place. It's sort of the sinful. It's sort of the sinful byproduct of bias. It's never going to be eliminated. It's always going to be present. So Kanye just, what's interesting about Kanye is that he's just exploding the categories, and he's in a sense forcing the systems to reset. And that's in a sense what the transgressive does. It forces systems to, it's like a circuit breaker. It forces systems to reset and to sit back and say, well, okay, what do we mean by racism? What is racism? And there's an incredible amount of nuance under it. And now I'm not saying Kanye is doing this consciously. If there's anything that at least I take from, it's very hard to know with people what is conscious and what is not, what is intentional and what is not. Again, those two categories have also been overblown. So Kanye is acting out, and if there's anything that I've noticed about Kanye, it's that he is just he's sort of like a person that has no filter, and he's also astoundingly intuitive, and he's been living at the heights of our society in a way that none of us have, as a billionaire, as married to, in a sense, the queen of the temple of attention, because that's what Kim Kardashian was. She's the queen of the temple of attention. And so he's right there at the top, and he's just expressing the transgressive circuit breaker that our culture has in certain registers. And that's why Peugeot nails it really well when he says, watch the fool, don't follow him. Because what is happening with Kanye is basically showing the limits. And it's going to help the culture recalibrate the limits. And now fortunately, and this is something that I think is underappreciated in our current context, we're doing this hopefully without much violence. Whereas, for example, the Holocaust was a moment of extraordinary violence that had the same function. And when we can do this with speech instead of with blood, it's a huge upgrade. And so, so what happens when Kanye gets banned from Twitter is we're finding the limits. So people were, okay, so we've got new free speech Twitter with Elon. And well, what are the limits of free speech on Elon? Because free isn't limitless. That those two words aren't the same. And so because freedom always has with it responsibility. Good freedom always has with it responsibility and capacity. And so Kanye is in a sense just the cultural element out there through his transgressiveness, helping everyone else discover the limits. And again, fortunately, we're doing it with language and not with bloodshed. And
Yeah,
so,
but they're also taking his bank accounts and shutting those down, and so it's weird to me too that stuff's happening. But
well,
again, that's why I'm saying it's
money. Money is always a function of a system.
Mhm.
Money isn't, and that's really important to destroy the idol of money is to always recognize that it's a function of a system. And we're seeing that Bitcoin is a function of Bitcoin. Dollars are a function of the US government. And so you never own your money. It's always owned by that system.
Right. And so that's why I was saying, I think it's really interesting that for me, what I'm paying attention to is like, I don't care what he said. It's our reaction to it. And it's interesting that you said he has no filter, but then you look at us and we become the filter, which is really interesting. And it busts out on all these different things. And we're only interested in how it most affects us. And it's like, I'm sitting here watching like, it's interesting. How is this affecting all of us? Because he's like willing to step out and step off the ledge. So, maybe he has his selfish reasons for that. I don't care, whatever they are, but whatever's happening, we're watching like, it's like this sanity question that you brought up. And so I think all of that's very, very interesting, and like, so I didn't know what he said. I saw, there was like a video, like a thumbnail on a video on YouTube. I didn't watch the video. I don't know what Kanye said. I don't pay attention, but I saw on the thumbnail it said, Kanye says he loves Hitler, ? And I was like, what? And I just thought it was so bizarre. And I was observing myself on how I felt in seeing that thumbnail. And then I heard Chris Pacou this morning talking about it with Ivan. And he said what he said was, I'm a Christian and I love Hitler because basically Christ asked me to love my enemies. And I thought, holy crap, that puts everything in an entirely different arena. And so I just think that's really interesting, observing myself on how I react to a certain thing and then how it goes through another filter. And then now I see it from a different point of view. And so again, it's like, we all want people to not say things because they're harmful and that they're they're dangerous, but it's like, okay, well, if not him, then who? And then what and how? Right? So that's the basis of my question.
Well, a lot of it is again context, and it is also interesting. Tom Holland has made the point again and again that Hitler has replaced Satan or the devil as the archetypal agent of evil. And I don't think there are few people in our world and in our circles. There are some, but there are few people who wouldn't say that what Hitler did was evil. But it's also interesting how we collide the evil and the madman and the insane, which are definitely not the same thing. And so again, what Kanye is doing is we are seeing the limits through him. And he is showing us, well, is Hitler the devil? No, not exactly. So when we associate Hitler with the devil, what are we saying? And it's really a helpful function. So we're playing out the drama.
So I had a dream where I met the ruler of this world just a couple nights ago, and the ruler of this world uses deception and convinces people to basically tricks them into becoming possessed while thinking they are in control, and they fear losing power. And for me, that's like it's like Kanye's speaking against the system. He might be using words he is using words I wouldn't use, but he's basically saying things and having the system that where my dream tells me the system has a ruler, which is like Satan, and he's he's experiencing the result of this kind of fallen world that we're in, and so the idea that Hitler is being equated with Satan to me just triggered this dream that's like, no, Satan is smart. Satan is behind the scenes deceiving and fears losing power and is raising up people who are deceiving and fears losing power, and that's what's going on.
Yeah, and how can you discover what your idols are if you don't have that happening? If that opponent processing isn't happening, how do you discover what those boundaries are and what your idols are? If it's like the idea of hitting bottom or something like that.
And I think one of the things that occurs with demonology is that demons aren't stupid creatures or beings. They're incredibly intelligent, because it's when you're most vulnerable and have fallen like the hardest that you can be convinced by a demonic possession that you'll let this spirit in, and that's when it's the most powerful and the most dangerous. And I also, pointing back at Kanye, I think it reminds me of there was an image I saw, I think in medieval times. There was a thing called the jester's right, or the rule of the jester or something, and it's that you are never to take the jester seriously, and the jester reserves the right to mock without repercussion, because no one just takes a jester seriously. So Kanye doing all these outrageous things to many doesn't really matter, because he's sort of showing those boundaries with the transgression. And even if you think he is a fool for doing so, then it doesn't matter that you think he's a fool. I used the term earlier on that I think he's acting like a martyr, using absurdity, because his behaviors seem to be weird, eccentric, or is like, oh, he can be this crazy artist genius because he's a genius, and he has the right reserved because of that. So whether it's consciously or unconsciously, I think he's doing these things for a greater good. But we're just focusing too much on the semantics, perhaps. But it is drawing those boundaries of like, well, where do we draw the line? As Paul said.
Yeah, when we say, I mean, when we talk about human agency, especially if our anthropology sufficiently accepts the spiritual world. I mean, to what degree is Kanye doing this? And to what degree are the spiritual rulers of the air and of the world doing this through him? Part of, mental illness comes into this often. And the way we use that culturally is really flat. Okay, so his brain isn't functioning properly. No. Many of the, I've been talking on my channel about sanity. Sanity is not just simply the proper working of my brain. So that's quite likely an issue with Kanye. I mean, he does exhibit many signs of mania in what he's doing. but that doesn't mean it's just gibberish. It's clearly not gibberish. If it were gibberish, we wouldn't be paying any attention and he wouldn't be getting canceled. There are plenty of examples of gibberish out there that everybody just walks by and pays no attention to. You can find them. I walked out to Florin Road. I can grab half a dozen of them right now. I know exactly where to find them and who they are. And I can put a camera in front of them and they can start talking and they'll just talk. And nobody will worry a thing about it because in a sense, the signal to noise ratio is really low. Now, Kanye's signal to noise ratio is quite a bit higher. And so in some ways, he's channeling various spirits of the air, which is why he's getting canceled and why he's being held accountable. Because again, he is in some ways sort of this transmission point through which we are all participating in discovering the limits and the boundaries of the transgressive in the culture. And that's the function of what's happening. And so it isn't simply Kanye and his mental illness. It's to what degree, I mean, the reason Kanye is a billionaire and a musician and a genius and a fool and the court jester, I mean, again, he was married to the queen of the Temple of Attention. And so he was both the king and the fool. I mean, he always was. And his father was a Black Panther. His mother was a university professor. He's and part of what we see through Kanye is sort of like, I mean, Peugeot keeps pointing to David. There's a relationship between the king and the fool. And you can see this relationship with Jesus as well. On one point, Jesus' family wants to come and take possession of him because they worry that he's insane. And if you read some of what Jesus says, you know, he's sometimes the fool. The greatest among you the greatest among you must be the servant of all. The first will be last and the last will be first. The reason the Gospels continue to be read and don't get stale is because he's the highest and the lowest. I mean, all the stuff Peugeot says, I mean, Peugeot is right. And Peugeot is able to sort of bring this out for us to see. And Kanye is bringing this out for us to see. Now, that doesn't mean that the anti-Semitic statements and these latest antics on Alex Jones, of all places, aren't in fact racist and dangerous. Yes, they are. There's a reason that even Alex Jones has to backpedal. But what Kanye is doing, again, he's sort of illuminating the territory. Here are the boundaries. If we can live within these boundaries and life is good, you transgress them and things go bad. And again, fortunately, we're doing it in terms of speech. We're doing it in terms of mental maps, and we're not doing it with tanks and guns and concentration camps. So overall, it's a healthy exercise.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what history says about it. You know, it's interesting that, you know, like you said, I don't know how much of it's intentional or how well thought out it is. It's like very impulsive. It's like, I'm willing to do this, you know, like, so I think there is, as absurd as it is, there's something admirable about it. Thank God that not all of us have to do it, because that would just be an absolute mess. But in some ways, anybody who utters the word ye or Kanye is doing it. And again, as you said, he has no filters, and we're acting as his filter. And it's just it's pointing at something like paramount in the overall cultural conversation about. It says what he's doing says so much about us. And I think that it's very, very important that we pay attention to that. That's why I sent you a link to Chris and Ivan's conversation. I don't know if you'll check it out, but if you do, those guys, man, they hit on some of the most interesting things when they get into this. So thanks for chatting with us this morning.
Yeah, I'm glad for everybody here. I'm thankful that everyone's here. I'd said earlier, we were trying to. It seemed like we were trying to steelman Kanye, and then we had Ariel in the chat, and we were able to then steelman Ariel. And it would be nice to see like someone from Judaism trying to steelman Kanye, because he's seeing patterns. I forget who had said that in this conversation, but he's seeing patterns. And that, yeah, whoever said it in this conversation was pointing at Jonathan Peugeot, that, you know, we can, the patterns are real. He's seeing them. He just happens to be using a language and using words that, you know, cause everyone's trained. Like, I feel like we're like often like Pavlov's dog, but the training we've received is that the alarm bells start going off, and when we hear certain words and phrases. But there are patterns that we could really pay attention to, those patterns, and try to have an important conversation about the bad patterns that exist in society. And he is shining a light on that, the opportunity to have that conversation.
It reminds me of in 1984, the book. I don't remember exactly how it goes, but there's something about how you can't remember who was the enemy first. Was it the East or the West? And it keeps going back and forth. It's like we've gone through this so many times. You can't remember who the enemy was. And it's like, when I think about whatever that trope is, it reminds me of a lot of what's happened, a lot of what's manifested in the world. Maybe it's always been there. Like, we can never really, we're always playing this strange game.
What do you think, Andre?
Yeah, that I think what Chad said was interesting. It is sort of like an interchange between the East and the West, and also from what Paul said before, that Jesus seeming to be the highest and lowest, and sometimes comes off as mad. Just reminds me as I think it's I don't know the exact part of the New Testament it's in, but it's the chasing the way of the dove sellers. So he essentially walks into this place, and he knocks over the table of people selling coins, and chases away people selling doves, and also I think live cattle or something like that, and shouts, "Get away from this place! This place is the place of my father," and you're sort of desecrating it. And I'm paraphrasing this very strongly, but what precedes this is that he makes a whip from, I think, either rope or flowers or something like that, tied together, and he uses that to sort of run at people and sort of brandishes it, and tries to scare them away. So simultaneously trying to protect something sacred and divine, which is the place of worship, but he's using something almost farcical in that, like, his um, fashioning a whip impromptu and attacking people in order to do so. So that combination of both the king and the fool, I think, comes together in that parable. I wish I could remember what part it's from. I've got it written down somewhere. Yeah, I think that's an interesting point.
Are you saying there's more than one place in the Bible where Jesus flips tables? I like that. I pointed at this in a previous stream, trying to get the Christians to disagree about when we should be flipping tables and stuff, and it has something to do with what is sacred. The question about what is sacred. I know there's a story of him in the temple, flipping tables in the temple, and the temple being a sacred place. But yeah, So
I think
Kanye's
that's
bumping
what I'm
into things.
referencing. Well, I mean, perhaps Kanye is in his own way flipping the tables, but using his words to do so.
Hey, Nahama.
Hi.
Have you enjoyed this conversation?
Yes, very much. Is there feedback? Yes, there is. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, I am.
I appreciated your comments that you put in.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been really interesting to watch the conversation evolve as, you know, there were one or two other gentlemen here before, and then now, yeah, it's a good one.
Here's the one. Here's my favorite. Oh. And we are still getting some feedback.
Oh no. Okay, hold on a second.
Make sure you close your YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah, one can say a mission might be to practice how to communicate intent and spirit with others within the world of Babel.
Hang on a second. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Maybe you guys can help me with this. I only have StreamYard open. I don't think I have YouTube open. But are you still hearing feedback?
It might just be that sometimes it's nice to have earbuds and a mic. Sometimes your speakers may be feeding back into your microphone.
I'll put in headphones. I'll try that. Okay.
I yield the floor.
Well, I've said enough, guys. I really appreciate the entire conversation. It's good and healthy, and I'm gonna hop off. But thank you, and hope to see you guys around. And
Thanks, Chad.
let's not take ourselves too seriously. Yeah. Later.
It's always a pleasure.
I wanted to say how much, hopefully Chad will get this. I wanted to say how much I appreciate his channel. He's been doing some amazing stuff on Friday Morning Nameless, and he's not taking himself or us too seriously, which is really good. So
Yeah, with a wrestling mask like that.
and the cigarette hole in the COVID mask.
So Nahama, do you want to try to point at the patterns that Kanye sees?
Yeah, sorry. I'm trying to figure out my whole Bluetooth situation, and I'm not being very.
Oh yeah. Well, take your time. Just let us know.
Yeah.
We're not in any rush.
I just know how annoying it is to have that feedback, so I want to try to figure it out.
Well, you can speak, and I can mute.
I sort of approach this similar to what we did in Discord with the open studio, in that, you know, silence isn't a bad thing. This isn't radio that, you know, you can have a few moments of, we don't have to fill the world with our yapping.
This is true.
That's true, but I like the sound of my own voice.
Last time I joined a stream, for some reason, I did not get any feedback, so I don't know what's going on this time. And my computer does not want to recognize the headphones. So I'll figure it out. Just give me a couple minutes.
So Chad says she'll have to go into her settings in StreamYard and switch it to Bluetooth. That is Signal. Signal in the noise.
I feel just like Chad when I do this. cover the lower part. I'm just not gonna, I'm just emptying the dishwasher, making breakfast, having breakfast, and just can catch you guys for a few minutes. And I hope to do a Bridges of Meaning Q&A. Hey, there's Tayo. Hey, good to see you. It was so fun meeting Tayo, and when Vendank and I were in the UK. That was so awesome.
Yeah, it was.
Are those groups still going?
Yes, they are. We've got next Estuary meeting on the 11th of December.
Awesome.
Yeah. It's good to see you too, Paul.
Way to go. That's awesome, Tayo.
Yeah, I was part of together with Andrea, Gavin, and Chad. We are the reason the conversation has been very Kanye dominant.
Yeah, I mean, I went to Alex Jones and started listening, and he started asking for money because he has so many viewers and he's losing money and he's bankrupt. And then I went over to Chris Bacal's channel, and I was hoping that people would chat with me about the topic. And I do feel like it was meaningful for me to realize that steel manning other people's perspectives is, like, to me, that's embodying the Holy Spirit. Like, that connected with me today. I was reminded of that. So, and I asked, and I apologize. It sounds like I may have mispronounced your name earlier, but Tayo, I apologize for that. But yeah, Tayo was saying he doesn't imagine that Kanye would be able to steel man the other perspective, and that might be the case.
Okay, I figured it out. I'm very
Welcome back.
Thank you. I was on my phone last time and it disconnected instantly, so back on my phone. That's the solution. Yeah. Yeah, I really like the whole fool versus king thing. I think that really applies here. I think I see this similarly to how you do, Paul. Maybe a little, and I'll just preface this by saying I am the Jewish person in the building right now. I know you had wanted somebody to come in, Gavin, who was Jewish, and I may disappoint you. I don't know how much I'll steel man what I don't really like have a personal opinion on what Kanye has to say. I just don't care. Like, for me, I'm more of a free speech absolutist, where I'm like, let the man talk, and then I'm with Paul, where like the conversations my grandmother was having during the Holocaust were, I prefer this one. This is a much better conversation in my book. So I do think it's interesting. I kind of see Kanye as somebody, maybe it was you, Tayo, I don't remember, maybe it was Andre, who had pointed to Kanye being able to say things that a white man in his position couldn't say and that black men couldn't say. And so like he gets this because of who he is. And there's so many criticisms that people can make of Kanye, just like they could make of me. But because of who he is, he has that unique allowance somehow. And so and he's using it for better or for worse. And then it's really, to me, this has been a very interesting and fruitful conversation. To be honest, I wasn't planning on coming on stream today. I wasn't planning on watching any streams today. It was going to be a very alone day for me. It's going to have like a lot of me time. And especially when I saw it was about Kanye, I was like, whatever, I don't care. I'm not going to. But I stayed a little and I listened and I was like, okay, we're talking about things that have to do with us, right? So it's a jump off point. And so that is interesting to me. Yeah, those are my initial thoughts. I'm not entirely sure where I was going there.
Well, I'm glad you're here.
Thank you. I do know where I was going. Yeah, I'm choose to look at Kanye for like the service that he does do, which is like bring these things to our attention that apparently people can't say. It's like, well, why can't we say things? That's interesting. And then what are those things? And then he has in some way allowed us to have this conversation. Like there's nobody here who is like, Kyle, you can't say that. You know, Gavin, you can't say that. We all do. We are experiencing our free speech right now. And we're talking about the things he's talking about. So I see that as a win, I guess. I definitely hear the one thing when Trump came into like much more public view that I did not enjoy the effects of was like the degradation of speech in society and the normalization of that. And so from like my Jewish relatives and people that I care about and love, I do hear about incidences of violence and stuff and how and when they tick up and when they go down. So that is like that's like real, like that's practically real to me. But then, you know, that brings up a really good question that I hear in a lot of spaces on the internet is like, we all have influence to some degree or another. Some people have more, some people have less. There's some spheres I'm in, I am the most influential person in the room. There's some spheres that people couldn't care less that I'm there and everything in between. And so like, what responsibility does a person have with that influence? You know, as far as speech goes, do others have a right to impose some expectation on me if I do have influence? You know, this connection between words and violence and like and other people's actions, and that's a whole other conversation. But I do think it's interesting that it brings it up.
Yeah, that's related to the question of like, who do you platform or deplatform or exclude from the conversation, and because what do you imagine the consequences would be for having this person share these ideas? So, and there are consequences.
Yeah.
I wonder if Paul has ever had a conversation with someone where he decided he did not want to share it. It wasn't the other person. Like that's kind of that would be
There have been.
Yeah. So you decided not to platform people.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. So that's good to know. There's some responsibility with your platform, and you're trying to be responsible with your platform. It's good to know. I appreciate you sharing that.
Yeah, I don't talk about it. Part of the reason I do, you know, now with StreamYard, I have thought about doing more conversations streaming live, but that takes off the possibility of not sharing. And that's not a bad possibility. And most often, many of the randos conversations I have that don't get shared because the person doesn't want to, which is, I tell people, if we have a conversation and you don't want to share it, I won't think any less of you. It is absolutely a sign of sanity to not be on the internet. Many times, the most common thing is that they wanted to talk about some things that would not be appropriate to talk about in public because many of the people are alive. There's been conflict, there's been harm, there's been hurt. Like the conversation I posted this morning, I don't know if we could have done that where she's very, very much discloses her father, the trauma of alcoholism, what that did to her life, broke up her parents' marriage. If her father hadn't already died, we probably couldn't talk about that the way we did. Sometimes you can. Sometimes it's gotten to a point where, usually if there's been enough healing, reconciliation, where the person has owned up to the fact, gotten beyond their alcoholism, but so many conversations aren't shared, and that's absolutely okay. Sometimes we will share a conversation, then I'll get a note from someone, please take down our conversation because, and then they have a variety of reasons, and I'm happy to do that too. So, but no, there have been very, very few, because I'm pretty broad, where someone, for one reason or another, was saying some things that I didn't want on my channel, and they were too much for me. And so, no, I'm not making a statement about the world. but this isn't who I am. This isn't the conversation I want to have. This isn't the conversation. I mean, and I also am very careful. Everything I put on, I am not promoting, even though there's that tension with platforming. Some things I put on because there needs to be conversation. And like with Kanye, the transgressive needs to be seen so that people will understand where the lines are. And again, we don't know where all the lines are. I mean, that's the limitations of law. There's always there's case law because there's always new permutations in the world that the legislators couldn't anticipate or didn't have the time, or there wasn't reason to actually list them all out. So that's why you always need a living human judge to say, this is good, this is bad, this is in bounds, this is out of bounds. There's always an out of bounds.
Yeah, I appreciate you sharing that. That's kind of what I was asking Andre. He's an admin at Awakening from the Meaning Crisis Discord, and I was trying to get at that question of when do you decide to exclude people? It has something to do with your goals. Yeah, and then for me, I'm interested in, well, what's the best way to do that? I'm actually I don't like conflict, so it's if I meet a person that I don't want to platform, it's they could try to hop in right now. I would need to be able to respond quickly. I'm a kind of personality that avoids conflict. I imagine just trying to put myself in your shoes, dealing with that kind of situation where you're telling someone, basically, you either ignore them or you tell them, I'm not going to put your message on my YouTube channel. Even for me, that would be difficult just because of my personality. So I'm trying to learn how to be a better person and improve my character. And I could see where being able to have confrontation like that is a skill that I want to get better at.
I think it was Freud who said that at the heart of every relationship is conflict. So every bit of intimacy, every relationship, every friendship that we form with one another, there's always going to be conflict at the center of it. And there can't be anything formed without that, because you're never going to have a successful bonding with someone if it's just only based upon agreeing consistently and constantly, because it will be trivial and be meaningless. You just meet someone, they say oh, do you like the color red? Yes. Oh, I do too. Do you like blue? Yes, I like blue.
And it needs to be reciprocal too.
Yes.
It can't be one way.
But that conflict also from that arises very important things, such as demonstrating to each other where you set your own boundaries. It shows what virtues you hold, what values you hold, your purpose and what you find meaningful. And further, what Paul was saying, it also demonstrates the transgressor that what is too far and what is allowable. Because you have some friends where you can go quite far and they might crack jokes that are very taboo or situational, contextual, that you couldn't make in polite company. You could make jokes about slavery or the Holocaust, and between the two of you, but you wouldn't tell those to your parents in the same vein. So having that transgressive there of what's allowable to each person allows those boundaries to be clearly shown, and that strengthens a bond with any other human, I think.
Yeah, what's allowable to each person is very interesting, because the idea of intent came up much earlier in the conversation. And I just remember thinking at the time, how would I even know Kanye's intent? I don't know. I haven't talked to him. We haven't had a conversation. So I have zero way of knowing. I won't even presume. And for me, a lot of what is allowable in my personal conversations has a lot to do with intent. And so that's very interesting. Meaning I don't engage too much in the nitty-gritty of Kanye's words or actions because he's not in my personal life. So I don't have the tools that I usually have to be able to do that with the people that I do know and do interact with. And so I'm able to have those just as contentious, if not even more contentious conversations with people that I know, but because I have more tools at hand. That makes sense. But that brings us back to the whole Babel thing, which and the like, why are you here? And I've been thinking about that, Gavin, because you had asked that of the gentleman who was here earlier, and to what you were saying, Paul, like I kind of try to avoid interaction on the internet these days as much as possible. I do get sucked into these things that interest me and call to me and that I've been interested in for a variety of years. And so it's like, I'm not going to just like shut it off, but I don't have Discord anymore. I had it for a short period of time and it brought more discord than harmony to my life. And I wasn't enjoying that. So I say, okay, well, what's the point of that? Excuse me, I'm going to have a couple brain farts because I only just had coffee. It's going to take like 20 minutes to kick in. So I keep starting a thought and then going, what the heck was I talking about? So, yeah. I just had a blank there.
Yeah, how do we navigate the babble? Like this is the state of the world. We use language and different people interpret it differently. I mean, I have thoughts about it and maybe we're trying to do it, but it seems really important to be able to do that.
Yeah. Okay. That's what I was thinking of. Why am I here? At least for today, maybe tomorrow is a different reason, who knows? But this interpreting of different languages, I feel like I've done in my personal life. I came from an Orthodox religious background, and so that's like one of the highest levels of practicing. And I chose a different path. But in that whole process over the course of 15, 16, 17 years now, I'm 33 now. I made the choice to leave when I was 16. My relationships have gone through these like incredible arcs that I now am looking at general society and going like, oh, you guys are going through what I went through almost, like that separation from my parents and then coming back. And then how do we talk when our realities are different? And you think I'm a bad person and I think you're a bad person. And we can't reconcile these things so I've been through this whole personal journey myself with like my world. And now I see the greater world. But initially, when I saw the world sort of going through this thing, I was like, oh, damn it. Like, I don't want everybody to experience this turmoil and tragedy, But, we're here. And so maybe that's what I have to contribute. I don't know. Because it's not that I feel like I have the answers. I am very aware that I don't. Because everybody is very different. And the answer for everyone is very different. The more I live, the more I learn that. But this opponent processing, maybe that's where, maybe that's why I'm here, because I've built a world of relationships, of Venn diagrams, people in my life that I love and care about who, if society looked at it, they would go, that's not possible. And it's not possible. It's my everyday life. Like I have friends who like are at Trump rallies, and I have friends who are like working for the government in DC, and I've embodied certain positions in various places that also would seem completely like, not aligning at various points of time. So I don't know. I look at my relationship with my parents, and that's like the most stark thing to me, that we have such a strong, close relationship now and understanding. We've been able to build a world of understanding without having to really reconcile the things we disagree with. we have not come to a consensus on things we agree with, and that doesn't matter at all, you know? And so I think just it was so difficult to do that in a just for one person and then a community and a family setting. It took me like a decade, you know, it took like 5 years of like not talking to these people, and then all of, you know, and then the sort of building up and all of this, and how do we talk, and do we yell at each other? Do we talk to each other? Like, how much do I want you to be a part of my life? Can I trust you? All of this stuff. And now we're doing it at like a huge, massive, like we're just doing it at a global scale. So that's a big deal. That's a big deal. You know, it's not a small thing. And there's a reason why there's so much like turmoil and confusion. But
I get goosebumps when you say all this stuff.
Really, yeah. For me, I don't think it's half bad. You know, I mean, I don't want anybody to suffer needlessly. Obviously, that's always going to be the case. But considering my perspective, for what that's worth, that's really only one perspective of like where I see us at. I don't think it's so bad. Yeah.
Yeah,
I can tell
I got tears and goosebumps, and my whole system starts responding. With you're speaking truth. Like, I think you're right. I feel like that we're trying to do that, and that's the whole world. Maybe we're doing it in a microcosm, and this is why I want people to disagree and learn how to disagree the right way, right? So hopefully we can figure it out. That way we don't have to have war or as much war.
Yeah, ideally. Yeah.
Now that was beautifully said. And you know, Gavin, you know, when Sevilla sort of coined this little corner, I mean, that image it's a corner of the big, so it's not disconnected from the whole. But you know, part of what's happening, I didn't get a chance. I had so many video ideas yesterday and actually had a little time to do it. So that's why I warned people when I redid my office, it means more videos are coming, more per day in some cases, depending on my schedule. But what we're doing right now, this is what needs to happen. And, you know, people are like, well, what about Discord? No, Discord's got leadership. Discord's got momentum. I'm going to continue to, you know, it's like plate spinning. When you first get a plate spinning, it takes a little bit more effort to get that plate spinning. Once it's spun, every now and then you got to go and, you know, do that to it to keep it going. And part of what we're doing now is in this little corner, we're fractaling out, because you could say that in this size space where there's a degree of trust. But what you really need in order to scale are just more spaces where the health continues to go out. And because what you said is so true. What you said is the experience of so many of us in a pluralistic, conflicted space. Because if we can't live without beliefs, we can't live without a religion, whether we constituted a religion or not. Once you have a religion, there's going to be conflict, because religions are about what's the ultimate, what's of ultimate importance, and there's going to be differences. So then the question is, how can I continue to be in a family with people who have different religions? And that's an enormously complex thing, but you just articulated it really, really well. And what gives it power is you articulated it through the truth and reality of your own life. It was amazing. It was just absolutely amazing.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that warms my heart. It's a beautiful thing. You know, it's Friday. I'm not keeping Sabbath, but I did take a picture of the sunset and send to my family WhatsApp, you know, Shabbat Shalom. We have a very cohesive and coherent understanding of sort of what's going on, and, you know, who's in what place and what role. And I have a significant role in the family. And it's I think also a part of it that has been, to my chagrin when I was younger and to my service now that I'm older, is that I have 9 siblings and we're all vastly different. And so we are forced to contend with that. if it was maybe three of us, we could, you'd sort of fit us in a box somewhere. But no, and we're all very interesting people. Some of us competitive. Some, it's a fascinating arena, and like, yeah, it is really beautiful. I'll have some days, my life in some ways is really boring, then I'll have some days that are really fascinating. Like my youngest sister, I'll try not to talk too detailed about my family because I haven't asked them how public they want to be about their roles and stuff. But my little sister is gay, and she's very involved in those communities, and so in a sort of very sort of influential way. And so when something's going on in the news, she knows about it. She's talked to people, and she has lots to say, and she'll call me up, and so we'll talk through it. My oldest brother works for a Good Israel of America, which is the leading sort of one of the overarching Jewish organizations of that have a variety of departments that work internationally with Jews all over the world. And he has a prominent position there. And so, and sometimes, and so when, I had one day, the last month, there was a particular issue going on, and I'm not going to tell you guys, it's going to get, I have to talk to them first. But, there was something going on in the news, and they were not on the same side, and they were both very influential in what was happening. And it did not create a problem in the family. And it was hilarious for me to get the call from my brother and to be able to listen to him and support him and give my 2 cents where he wanted it, and do the same for my sister, and not betray myself, not betray either one of them, and not hide anything in the process. And like, that was just like a crazy day for me, because like I was sitting at home, nothing was happening, but I just felt like I don't know how to describe that feeling. And then I'm looking at the news, and it's what we're talking about, and I know he's going to go to his board, and they're going to talk, and it's going to influence that, and she's going to go do her thing, and like, we all have an effect on the world around us to a degree, and so I was like very aware of like my position as a sister in this situation, and like I could react any number of ways. I can interact with them in any number of ways. And, there's a deep sense of satisfaction. It's the process to get here. I cannot describe how painful it was, right? And I say that to validate how difficult it is now for everyone. And it was worth it. So, yeah. It takes so much. You have to be raw. You have to be bloodied at times. You have to humble yourself. You have to think about, like, why am I here? What do I want to accomplish? Do I belong here? I've been in spaces where I realized, oh, I don't belong here, either for myself or for other people. When we talk about the boundaries of like who should be here and who should not, I do think about whether I should be here. I didn't join earlier, and there were reasons why I did not, because I didn't belong here earlier today, and I do belong here now. Right? Those are personal reasons. So it could have to do with what's going on with the conversation, but it wasn't the case. So, yeah, it's a very interesting moment, and in all of my explorations, like as I'm going through this process with my family, I'm intensely curious, as you are, Paul, about a variety of things. And so I find myself sort of, this corner has been named this corner, and I sort of see this whole like thing as a puzzle in the online space, and I'm like, oh, I've been to the center, and I've been to that top little puzzle piece, and now I'm in the little corner, which is like a variety of puzzle pieces in the corner, and I have found myself in trouble in a variety of spaces and ways, in where either, yeah, I'm not going to elaborate on that too much, but where was I going with that? Another brain fart. Yeah, I guess yeah, we're sort of, it's like a jigsaw puzzle, and the pieces are a mess. Some of them are kind of, and it's like, do I fit here? Do we fit here? Where's the Venn diagram overlap? If we don't fit next to each other, can we visit? In what context? Again, so this is like a very high level transformative thing that's happening, not just here, but like everywhere. And we're all sort of, it seems to me at least, trying to figure out like, how do I do it? How does what the world is doing relate to me? You know, so hearing a lot of that with Kanye thing, how does this relate to me? And how do we fit together? And we're not going to really fit together how the puzzle looked last year or yesterday. And so like that's very confusing because that requires faith in something, faith in yourself, faith in someone else, faith in something, faith in like the tastiness of cheesecake, if that's what keeps you going. Like, you know, it really does. And so because from my view, we don't know what tomorrow looks like. We've never seen it before. And so we don't even technically know what we're aiming at. We have different, that's how some of the corners come together. If you're aiming at a particular thing or you have shared things that you're aiming towards, it comes together in that way. So, but yeah, I just want to give like a little bit of like, we're doing a good job, guys. Like we're okay. You know, we're okay. It's tough, it's bloody, we get bruised, we don't really quite know what we're doing, we don't really know where we're going, we don't really know what it looks like. Some of us more than others. Yeah. And again, I'm like kind of reticent to be here because I've gotten myself in trouble. I am aware of the power of words and how that affects myself and other people and how these relationships are not benign. You know, so I don't know what I'm doing here in some sense. And yeah, so that's my little bit, I guess, for now.
It was amazing. That was amazing. It really was. Really was. Thank you for saying all of this, because I think what I hear and what you said right here is what I've heard bits and pieces from a lot of other people in Rando's conversations and Discord and Estuary and Just Chatting and all of this. You've kind of brought a bunch of it and put it right there, and about what this is about and what we're doing and why it's important, and how not only it's about what's going on at the center and in the whole world in a sense, but also brought all the way down into my life and into my relationships and into my family and into my little world. So no, it was, yeah, I'm gonna, this is coming to my channel. I'm sorry. I hope that's okay with you. But that, I think you summed it up just absolutely beautifully. I have to go. But thank you all for doing this. You know, big shout out to Jacob for having this idea. The video I wanted to make is basically working on Robert Frost. Nature's first green is gold. It's hardest hue to hold. Right now we're in the golden period of Just Chatting, where it's just big enough so that we can have enough people to scale to play at this level, but it's small enough that we're not overwhelmed. And so blessed are the early adopters, for they will see the gold. So thank you all.
Thank you, Paul.
Nice
All right.
to see you.
We'll see you later.
You again.
Yeah, I think the reason I teared up is because you're speaking about something I crave, that I want, right? It's not just the whole world. It's also like in every little pocket, you know, even in like my family and my extended family, you know, trying to right the relationship and go through all of that you've been through. And so, and I would echo what's said here. Definitely glad that you're participating, Nahama. Glad you're here.
Thank you. Yeah.
What did that make you guys think as you're listening? I'll start with Tayo. What are you thinking?
I'm still holding back. I think to answer the question of why are you here, this is part of the reason why I found myself, swimming in this estuary, this little corner, because often people say things that I I feel and relate to so deeply, but I did not have the words to say, and that was one of them. That was an example of it. It's and it happens very like a lot in this corner because yeah, um, I think the part that often there's a lot of talking about ideas and you know philosophy like discussing concepts and what and things in this corner, which I do enjoy and I do I'm a consumer of it. So, but the reality is what you said is making a relational. We're not trying to pitch idea and make a new idea. We're trying to restore relationships, and that's the truth of it. That's why I'm here. That's the hope. That's the dream. It's reconciling real life relationships. I'm sure we can all, like you just said, like, and I love the idea of a family, of making reconciling of family. That's the that's what got me, Terry. It's like yes, we are a family. It gives me a picture of Revelation, um, of the end of the book where everyone, like all tongues, are all gathered at this feast, and that's the image, that's the goal. That's yeah. I think you said that so beautifully. I thank you for that.
Oh, I'm like a little overwhelmed. I appreciate all of your work. If I'm not responding profusely, it's sort of because I'm um, practicing taking it in, and accepting that, receiving that. So thank you, both of you, for saying.
Do you have any words, Andrea?
I think to further off what was said, reconciling relationships and speaking truth from the, the words you've just used and the story you've just told, the narrative of what you've gone through. It brings to mind the Hebrew word, I believe it's emet, which for truth, and it's said that the word for truth it begins with the aleph and ends with I can't remember the last letter in the Hebrew alphabet right now, but uh, yeah, so it goes from the first to the last. It goes from the beginning to the end, and it said that in what's encapsulated in the middle is the entirety of all things, and that is the truth of being. So from explaining uh, how you live and your relationships and your struggles through your words, you've lived your truth through this situation and spread it with us, and that is a form of reconciling relationships because it's a relationship with reality, and to some people, our relationship with God Himself. So it can be very vulnerable and personal thing to share these things, but in doing so, we live our truthful lives to the best that we can.
I'm going to echo something Paul said earlier. It's always cool if we have silence too. It's not. Don't ever expect that the silence is that there's a problem with the silence. So whatever you feel like sharing or not sharing.
Yeah, this is, I think, going to be a great simplification, meaning I'm reducing something a bit, but I kind of get the sense that we sort of either know how to do this and we've gotten rusty, or that sort of, I really like the word modeling because sometimes all it really takes to know how to do something well is to see it modeled and to go, oh, I can go step 1, 2, 3, then I jump over the thing, and then 4, 5, cool. Now I know, now I got it. You know, so whether it's learning how to do it for the first time or remembering sort of how to do it, it does feel like we've sort of gotten rusty. I, I had this conversation with my mother recently where, like, my view of the effects of trauma and the effects of healing are actually quite similar, mathematically speaking. Like, we know, well, in my, I don't know, trauma compounds, right? Hurt people. Most people have been able to observe this and see that, how that cycle plays out. In my experience, in my personal experience, mathematically, and that has compounding effects that hurt people. Sort of like one person hurt someone and that person hurt someone, and it's just healing, in my experience, sort of works the same way. It also has this really strong compounding effect, because it's almost like, well, oh, now I've got a new way of doing things. Why would I go back to that? And so an individual is incentivized to sort of, if they have a better mode or way of doing something, like, yeah, I'm going to do that again. I made a right turn on this day and it went well. Let me try doing the right thing the next day and see how that goes. And how healing sort of spreads from person to person as well. It does have that same, it is kind of like a contagion. The same, I don't know what the phrase would be. The hurt people, what the equal phrase would be for healing. Maybe healed people, I don't know. But the most hopeful thing to me has been experiencing that and seeing that effect, where it can sometimes feel like just a huge uphill climb. But when I've stepped back and sort of looked at compound effects over years, over people, over places, I can see that effect. And yeah, that maybe that's one of the reasons why I remain sort of as hopeful as I am. Yeah.
What you've just said there, I've been thinking a bit about the ascension, and like Paul always talks about how if any normal person or like raised from the dead, the first stop would be to go to the emperor's palace and say, look, how do you like me now? And Christ didn't do that, but instead he sent a bunch of fishermen, taxpayers, and just a ragged bunch and say, you're going to be the witness. And it's this, I think that speaks to what you're pointing at. This, if you've bear witness to healing, as you put it, in this case the resurrection, you're compelled to go spread it, to go out and share it. And there's this feeling that there isn't, like you said, there's no going back to that. You've got a new way of seeing things, you've got a new worldview, and when you see others in the worldview that you previously inhibited in, you're compelled to want to share the light and bring light to where the darkness is.
Yeah. I will say, I the approach that I've taken in my life, my personal life, has really never been because I'm a little reticent to speak about this, I guess. There is an aspect of me that does not. I don't know that I'm going out purposely ever to share the light. In fact, I sort of refrain from that, perhaps by embodying what I embody, as we all embody what we embody. Perhaps that is of the byproduct that I'm seeing and that I see from my family and how they spread the light. But very much one of the things I've been the most intentional about is not telling my friends and family what to do. Because I've been insistent, so much of this process for us has been like, we see reality differently, we see morality differently, and we're not going to agree on those things. And therefore, I cannot tell them, if I want them to respect my agency and my autonomy, I cannot tell them how to act. I can't tell them how to heal. I can't tell them if they should heal. In fact, they have a right not to, just as I do. There's some things I've chosen in my life to not heal. I just look at it and I go, I don't want to find that out. I'm just going to leave it on the counter. I know it's there. I'll put it on the shelf. Maybe I'll visit it. Now is not the time. That's my right. And so I give that to other people as well. And so I'm not ever really intentionally spreading. I'm actually always trying to like not influence others.
Affording them agency.
Yeah.
Patience and gentleness come to mind as well. Like being patient and gentle. You're not forcing it on anyone and trying to. That's what comes to mind, at least for me. Is remembering to be patient and gentle with people and allow them to go at their pace.
Yeah. And this brings up like spaces and like what is okay in the space and what's not. So like there's a different, let's say, mode of being that in the beginning I would have in my house versus like what is appropriate for my parents to do in my house, what is appropriate for how I can be and do in their house. And those were different things. Those were different answers based on like my territory and their territory and how do we respect both of like those things in those places, if that makes sense. Yeah.
This one seems relevant. Do those that inspire others aim to do so, or do they strive to live well in love? It goes back to the word you used as modeling. And then when you said modeling, it reminded me of Rene Girard and mimicry. It's kind of what we do. Like we're born into this world and we start copying people. So it seems like fundamental to who we are as humans that we tend to do that.
Yeah.
I guess if you hide yourself in a closet, then it's hard to be an example. For example, so
yeah. Well, when I use the word modeling, I wasn't really using it as an intentional thing. It's more sort of passive or not as something I'm doing, but that like we all just sort of do for each other. And sometimes within the zeitgeist, there is a lack of modeling of certain behaviors or ways of being. You just like, okay, I'm looking for something. I want one way of being, but I'm not seeing it anywhere. And then you see someone and you're like, oh, yeah, that's the thing. And they weren't necessarily intending to do that. They were just living their life in the way that made sense to them for however they arrived to that embodiment in that place. So yeah, because I'm not going into the world being like, I should model this so that other people, because my modeling is not correct for everyone. It simply isn't. It's not for my parents, like they, they have, yeah.
Paul points out the fruit of the Holy Spirit. I don't know all of the 9 that he mentioned, but like it could be that the way you are is you're producing the good fruit, and then there's no law in the world that would persecute you for the way you behave. And so it's not like the model that you have of your worldview. It's the model you are when you're embodying the way, the right way, for which there is no law against that way. That's what comes to mind.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
And then there's a seeking, like I think that's what I heard when you're speaking as well. It's like we are seeking something that is satisfying, right? We're thirsty or hunger for something, and we seek it. And when we sometimes we come up against something that's not satisfying, so we keep seeking.
Mm-hmm.
There was a question, I don't know if you want to answer or not from the audience. Have we got a Q&A?
I mean, it's
Where-
Friday.
Where do you
Where
get
do
your morality?
Oh, what a good question. I'm gonna think on that. I'm gonna let that mull around a little bit in my brain.
Yeah. And then, yeah, Chad says, I think those that aim to inspire might be off the mark. Yeah, it kind of means like, I think when I've done that, there's a sense of that I've got something figured out, and it might be preventing me from being receptive to learning, to meeting, to embodying the right spirit in the moment, whatever that moment is. So there might be something to that, Chad, in my opinion. I'm going to mute myself, yield the floor.
I think because my initial thought was that I disagreed with what Chad said, but I think if you're because I think back to myself, and until very recently, most of like I was in the mode of I've got life figured out and I just need to find a way to get everyone else to preach that to everyone else, to get them to follow suit, and everything will be good. And that's as most people learn, that doesn't go well. And I think the mode, the flip that I'm working on is to refer back to the Jacob's ladder, Gavin. It's trying for myself to just one step at a time. I don't know where I'm aiming. Well, like ideally Christ, but I am so far off that it's just a step by step thing that I'm now working on. It's now let me look at the speck in my eye before trying to get the log that I can see in everyone else's eye, is the mode that to be.
Yeah, that's always available to us, as being able to work on ourselves.
But the log in everyone else's eyes is so obvious. You're like, I can see it, it's there, but then the speck in your own eye takes a bit more digging.
And it's usually I think it's usually the other way around, is like you see a speck in someone else's
yeah,
eye,
yeah.
but you have a log in your own eye, right?
Yeah, but because of the log in your own eye, you can see a log in their eye, and you're like, oh, that's clearly there. And then you look closer, you're like, oh no, it's here.
Yeah.
I had this with Gavin in the first 2-3 minutes I met him, and you don't know this, Gavin. I haven't shared this with you yet, but we were having that conversation about AI, and like I said, it gets me heated. It's one of my hot button issues, and I can be very disagreeable about it. And you came in with all these like fabulous ideas of like how we could positively use AI. And for those first 2-3 minutes, I was like, who's this Gavin guy? And I just stop giving them good ideas. Like, let's just burn the whole thing down. Like, even though when I was talking, I was saying, let's take the middle road. But like emotionally, I want to burn the whole thing down, And I'm like, no, this Gavin thinks it's all positive. Like, no. But that was the first 2-3 minutes I met you. And I said in my head, come on, listen, just listen. You don't have to agree. You don't. This man can talk just as much as you can. Let's see. And had I just gone off on you and told you you're wrong and you're this and you're that, I wouldn't have heard all the things I've heard from you today. And in that conversation later on, it really didn't take much. It took like 10 minutes for me to go like, oh, this man thinks about the world in a very interesting way. He's got an engineer's mind. He finds meaning in finding solutions, and you've done very valuable things in the world that have actually affected my life, like an Iron Dome being one of them. You contributed to that. And so, I shouldn't burn down your ideas of all of these AI things, but there was that thing in my eye of the urge to want to do that in those first 2-3 minutes, that very human of like, I'm right, you're wrong. you know. But having the patience and allowing for to sort of
Yeah.
allow you the space not to redeem yourself, because it really doesn't matter if I agreed with you at the end of the day or not, but allowing you the space and the voice to have that without,
Yeah.
shutting it down and go, no, there's nothing here that you can say that's useful, kind of wondering.
And that,
You know.
that's the danger of, like, if you try to point out the divine spark, like, that might be in everything, is that you might end up you might all of a sudden be seen as the enemy, right? Like, because people can have like a preconceived notion and they don't see any divine spark in anything. And so you start trying to point at a divine spark and they're like, oh, you're evil, or you think the wrong way. So that's something I definitely get in trouble doing that as a contrarian of some sort. And I do have to warn that I'll either have to step into the back room for a while, or I'm going to have to end the stream and, like, probably at the top of the hour. So that's just a warning that we do have some time, unless one of the other hosts hop on and take over. So that is an opportunity for any host that's out there to take over if they want. And I am trying to be a good host. I'm trying to learn to be a better host. And I really appreciate listening to y'all, listening to your perspectives. It's been great.
I think you've been a fabulous host. This is my first time jumping on one of these streams, and thank you for, curating the space for good conversation. But yeah, I was gonna head off anyway, so I'll say my goodbyes now. Thank you all. Peace. Speak to you soon.
Great chatting.
Nice to speak to you,
Nice
Tayo.
So,
Is this your first time hosting, Gav?
I've hosted a few. It just, I think for me, if I go talking by myself, there's no one there to do that kind of opponent processing, and I can just wander off into a place where nobody's at, or only a few people, the strange fringe. So it's great just trying to provide opportunity for others to participate. It's it's very helpful for me. It's very helpful. Like, I love having explicit examples and of the right way to participate, because I mess up all the time.
Yeah. Well, I like what you had said something the other day about, like, doing something really bad for practicing, until you kind of get better.
I've stolen that from others. That's not my original.
It's a good one.
It is a good one. Yeah, and as far as Iron Dome, I went and just double checked. I think Iron Dome has changed over the years, and so I worked on Patriot missile defense, and I was kind of informed that Patriot at one point was either planning to be a part of Iron Dome, and that the technology I was building could be an Iron Dome. So whether it actually ended up in Iron Dome or not, I'm not exactly sure, but I know I understand the tech behind Iron Dome, and the tech I worked on may have ended up in it. But so just to be honest, I kind of felt guilty if I take credit for something that I wasn't actually a part of.
Yeah, like a parallel process. Yeah.
So you're going to end up on Paul Vanderklay's channel now.
Yeah. Well, I shouldn't say unfortunately. I've really been trying to keep I've been trying to keep a low profile.
I think I hopped into the corner and was trying to seek attention, and eventually stopped trying so hard. So,
well, I do love attention.
Me too.
To be perfectly honest, yeah, I just found that the attention that I get online is not necessarily always the kind of attention that I love. So I seek it more in physical life, I suppose, because that's far more satisfying. And it doesn't seem to end up in the friction that sometimes I find these perverse incentives online. Either I fall into or other people. Okay, it's a very I've done some sort of like analysis on the space, and I sort of view the internet space as this digital panopticon of sorts.
I've heard this before. Grimgriz has used this. That's
probably
brilliant minds think alike.
who is the one who came up?
He's got a YouTube channel. I think it's Griswold Groom, and he's been
Oh,
featured in
Grim.
a call. Yeah. So.
Oh yeah. I met him the other day. So this is an idea that I've sort of how I've been conceptualizing the internet for like quite some time now, and it helps inform how I interact with the space, because I'm more aware of, let's say, what my node, like if I'm a node, where am I in that panopticon, and what are the incentives and where are they coming from? It gives me a whole different perspective of like, if I do and say this, what may happen, and how does that inform things? So ideally, I don't want to be operating in a panopticon, especially when, so one of the most valued things in this sort of digital panopticon is right now how it's sort of organically or well, in conjunction with humans, but it's sort of the main incentive is obviously is narcissism, like a narcissistic sort of incentive, and like meaning how do you gain power? And so if I'm gaining power and I'm gaining views, I'm like, that's a red flag for me in a sense. Now, like ideally, like I don't see this as stationary. I see it's this ever evolving thing, our sort of collective realization. So I'm not saying, oh, anytime people's eyes are on me, that means I'm operating in this way, in this narcissistic way. But it's the reason I don't have, like, people have told me, oh, do a podcast. It's the reason I don't, because I understand I'd be throwing myself into a world with these perverse incentives. I say perverse, but incentives that are like directly misaligned with what I want for my life. And so if I don't really want to be playing in that game. So maybe that's why I'm like so cautious here, because I'm like, oh, okay, the game this little corner is playing is a little different, and it's informing. Okay. So
You're hitting on a very important topic, in my opinion, and I think it's something that I want to hear more from you on this topic of, of power, seeking attention, things like that, because I've had very similar thoughts, and I think that's important. It's an important topic, but I do need to go, and I thank you for being here, Andre and Nakama.
Thank you. I look forward. We'll have that conversation soon. I look forward to that.
Yeah, and you could have it with Hezi. I mean, it's an important topic, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Do you have anything you want to say at the end, Andre?
No, not really. Just it was a pleasure talking to everyone, and meeting both of you, and it was a very interesting dialogue we were able to have, and open, honest communication. I really enjoyed it.
I was glad y'all are here.
Thank you, gentlemen. Enjoy your day.
Bye-bye.